player base want. In fact, I would say that probably less than 1% of
Your skill has increased.
Play the game with a controller, and I don't know what the overall number of people that play with a controller on PC is, but I would hazard a guess that it is a probably relatively small number. Now, this is not to say that it's not important. I know there are people out there who much rather play with a controller than a mouse and keyboard, but overall, considering the current asks of New World's player base for a new Outpost Rush map, more endgame, you know, just generally other features, and instead Amazon's like, hey, don't worry, bro, I got you covered. I know you want a new Outpost Rush map, but how about you can play the game with controller? It's just, nobody really wants it. It's gotta be said. So I'm imagining that Amazon have a different player in mind. The reason why they're investing so much time into controller isn't just because they're dumb, it's because they have a... you know, they have an image for New World in the future, and this is an important setup step, because obviously if the game doesn't work with a controller, it's not going to work in console, so we're kind of like the guinea pigs for that. There's another piece of evidence that points to that, and that is the fact that Amazon is actually developing another MMORPG right now, and it's actually the same devs. Like, the New World dev team are also working on a Lord of the Rings MMO. Now, we made a video on this topic nearly a year ago, and again, I'll link to that up in the top right if you want to check it out. But Amazon is publishing this game globally for PC and console. There's no release date yet, there are limited amount of details, but it is basically the dev team. You can see Amazon Games Orange County, makers of the popular open world MMO game New World, are going to be leading development for this Lord of the Rings MMO.
Your skill has increased.
And it's going to be published on PC and consoles. And interestingly enough, they're also using the Azoth engine as well, so they got the same game engine and the same dev team making a new MMO that's going to be published on console. I would hazard a guess that they would probably want to publish their old MMO on console first, kind of just to see how it goes and to sort of iron out the kinks before they, you know, splash their big Lord of the Rings money, because you know that there was a lot of money spent on this deal, getting this hooked up, getting this going. I'm pretty sure they want to make it go well, you know, they want to do well. Another piece of evidence that would support the game coming to console is money. For those of you who don't know, New World sold millions of copies of the game on Steam. Now, this article here from Video Game Insights says that it sold 4.5 million units within its first month of release. So I've seen some people, I think it's like Forbes is floating the number 17 million copies out there. I think the answer is probably somewhere in between. But either way, millions of copies of the game at like $30 to $40 each. I think Amazon actually did make a pretty solid amount of cash when it comes to New World sales. And assuming that they could even just get half the number, and I think it would actually be more, because the number of people who play games on consoles is pretty insane. Like, it is a huge market out there. Even if they could only get half the numbers that they sold on Steam on console, I think they would consider it profitable as well. So the fact that the Lord of the Rings MMO is...
if Overwatch had been cross-console when it needed to be, it would be alive today. That was their big fuck-up. Like, the PlayStation scene, if we had been able to connect to the PC and started working with all of them, I think the scene would have exploded. It wasn't like that. We had to wait a long time before PC was cross-console. It just won't let me Starlight with a macro. I don't know why. I think it's a bot, like a bot problem. Like, they don't want you botting Starlight. Or you could just build a bot that kills forever for free. And heals itself. So they edited out Starlight, I think. I think Square Enix did that, actually. I don't think they did it.
You know, they want to publish that on console. The fact that they're investing so much time into controller support, and the fact that it would probably make them like quite a lot of money. For me, those are all quite clear indicators that this game is coming to console. And it would also support, you know, or it's also supported by evidence of the fact that there's very little going on in the game right now. I do believe that Amazon's current initiative is to kind of ignore the current state of the game and instead focus on the game for console. Now, hopefully, that's going to coincide with a fairly big update. We're probably going to be looking around that same time as we were in 2023 or 2022, you know, towards the end of the year. It's that sort of annual release where we get the Brimstone Sands, we get the Rise of the Angry Earth, and this time we're going to get console, probably with something else as well. Now, I could be completely wrong with this. This sort of end of the video is speculation here, but I'd be interested to hear what you guys think in the comments down below. Am I just completely deluded? Is New World gone? Would the console release be successful? I've got to imagine that if we took this version of the game that we have right now in 2024 with the quality of life features, you know, fast travel is actually attainable, we have mounts, we have cross-server queuing, we have 3v3 arena, although nobody really queues for it. If we took all these features and dropped them back in 2021, that player base of, you know, 900,000 concurrent, it would drop down, but it wouldn't drop down as rapidly. And I think, like I say, a release on console, the game is close to being pretty good. We just need more endgame. We need more New World. So fingers crossed that they have the ability to implement that whilst also implementing it to console. If they're just going to drop it onto console just to get the sales and then focus on the Lord of the Rings MMO, I think that is also a likely outcome. A bit pessimistic, but either way, it means that the game isn't going to get shut down for probably another year. So with that very positive outlook on the current state of New World, you can do with the information what you will. I ultimately do still believe that New World is worth the purchase. It's currently right now, you factor in, it's $40 for the base game, $30 for the expansion, so it's a $70 game all in all, and you'll get about 200 hours of content currently, and then probably another 100 is going to be added at the end of this year. So yeah, $70 for 300 hours of gameplay. Is that worth it? I think so. And if you're crazy like me, you can stretch that out to be about 5,000 hours. Either way, New World is good. I don't think it's going away. In fact, I do think it is going to have quite a big player spike due to the console release. But what New World looks like in 2025, only time will tell. One big piece of information that we're still waiting for to confirm or deny whether some of the speculation towards the end of this video is going to be true is the roadmap. Now, Amazon is going to be releasing a roadmap in June. So a roadmap is basically what they have planned for the game for this year. Now, it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense that their plans for the year only come out halfway through the year, but that's Amazon Game Studios for you. They do things a little bit differently. So I am, of course, going to have a video on that, and if you want to stay up to date with New World news, subscribe, like the video, and of course, let me know your guys' comments down below. All right, I'm going to get out of here. It was fun recording this one. I wanted to get my thoughts out here, so yeah, let me know what you guys think, and I'll see you all in the next video.
Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased.
Ooh, it's OKI. Or no, that's Madular, never mind. Yeah, don't. Why do you keep trying to show me this fucking video here? Yeah. That was a good video, yeah. I like this, but it's too obscure. Let's listen to Turkey Tom. Thank you, Turkey Tom, for the extra content from a stream. I'd like to sub to your channel. God damn it, I can't walk through you or whatever it is. It's so annoying. I mean, I guess I could heal it. Yeah, there's nothing really stopping me. Yeah.
Life through everything, work.
Yeah, I think every part of my life kind of revolves around it. People like this will say, oh yeah, that's not healthy.
If you don't like the Constitution,
the
that's
Constitution.
on you. Really? Then why are you saying that Section 3 of Amendment 14 requires a conviction?
Past few years, you've had a lot of drama. You just had a big one
What was
with
the big one?
Melina.
Aw, my Steven.
Ultimately, what I'm getting at is like, where do your priorities really lie?
They definitely lie with work, 100%.
Well, you're kind of a nice guy.
No, that's gonna be cut.
What are you doing?
This is what we do to libtards. I'm gonna go get him. I will defend America.
I'm gonna fight for Nancy Pelosi.
That's what I'm already. Look cool.
This silly-ass jacket.
This is my shooting jacket.
Oh, okay, just
Sighting my target, okay? Trying to be a safe gun owner. Jesus. I need you to back the f up.
Yes.
I can't. I'm a child.
Yeah, I don't think I care to do this.
The opening 10 or so
Thank you,
hours
Neon
of
Knight, for the
Dragon's
X content
Dogma
for my
2
stream.
feel
I've liked and
a
subbed to your
test.
channel. I don't
A
know
test
you,
that will
but
either send you
no, I
running
do.
in the
I've
opposite
heard this guy
direction,
before.
very likely
Never mind.
covered in your own tears, or alternatively, a test that will
Gotta
leave
pee
you
while
exactly
this,
where this review is going. I have
this
put
Scorp
51 hours
heals.
into Dragon's
I'll be
Dogma
right
2
back.
since Capcom were nice enough to send me a code a week ago.
Wow.
And coming from a die-hard fan
Been
of the
playing it a lot, huh? Okay. I'm gonna move it over because I don't want to AFK here with his video running, but yep. I'll be right back. I think that Scorpion can aggro, but it's alright.
Capcom were nice enough to send me a code a week ago. And coming from a die-hard fan of the first game, was the follow-up worthy of a 12-year wait? Story, exploration, gameplay, bugs, and performance. That's what we're covering in that order, spoiler-free and quickly, so you know what you need to fast. And with that in mind, what you absolutely have to be aware of going in is that Dragon's Dogma 2 does not care about getting you hooked on its main story from the beginning.
Not at all.
Instead, the priority is getting you out and exploring, as within 20, maybe 30 minutes of gameplay, you will somehow already be out in this huge open world with a full squad of NPCs that you personally assembled. Dragon's Dogma 2 has the most straightforward, you don't need to have played the first game story setup ever. You're the chosen one, but there's some memory loss involved, so what exactly that means is something of a mystery, so get out there, champ, and figure out your place in the world. I know, how original, but from there, the main story splinters out in far less generic directions that I advise you stay as in the dark about as possible because it does get very good. Really though, the main quest often just serves as connective tissue, driving you through what this game is truly all about. And that is the exploration and your pawns, which are the NPC companions that follow you around during your exploration. To be honest, it's the side content you'll come across while exploring that makes up the majority of Dragon's Dogma 2, and I am telling you, this is a game where if you just try to plow through the main quest, then you will miss 95% of the best content this game has to offer. The reason I said the first 10 hours or so feel like a test is because the first section of the map, or at least what you're most likely to work through first, is essentially a little trial area that's meant to teach you what the entire game is going to be like. You might watch some of my footage and think, man, that area looks a little empty, and yes, it does appear that way, but really, no. Dragon's Dogma 2 does exploration in a way that I've not really found anywhere else in the past several years. The magic of a game like, say, Elden Ring is that you'd see something far in the distance, and you could eventually go there, and it would always live up to that first time you spotted it from afar. In Dragon's Dogma 2, yeah, you'll often find vantage points showing you landmarks you've yet to reach, but also, this game is not afraid to hide the greatest content in the most mundane of places.
Cool.
You might think you're booking through yet another generic forest populated by endless goblins, because there are a lot of goblins, but really, you just ran past a hidden path, or skipped over a cave system that held an extensive side quest on par with the quality of the main quest. And even some of the simple loot discovery is so creative in ways that really only Dragon's Dogma does. For example, for a very specific example, you might see a chest on top of some tower you'd have to fly to reach. You can't fly, but that chest is there for a reason, so figure it out. And by figure it out, I mean go in your inventory, place a smoke beacon to lure a harpy, then tackle that harpy and have it fly you over to the tower. Dragon's Dogma 2, just like the first, is filled with moments like that, where you'll need to problem solve. And while maybe the game will give you a hint, usually through a comment from one of your pawns, that is all you're getting, just the one hint. You know, recently there's been this big yellow paint debate discussing how 90% of modern single-player games slap ugly yellow paint over everything, so you're always being led directly by the nose, and there's no risk of players actually having to think. Dragon's Dogma 2 is the anti-yellow paint game. It's the we hope our players weren't eating too much yellow paint as a child game, because you're gonna need your brain for this one, and that also applies to some of the combat.
Suck.
Part of creating your character at game start is choosing a vocation or your class. During character creation, there are 4 starter options, more will come later, and I just went with a fighter to start. To be honest, for the first several hours, at least with my vocation, the combat was very basic and not particularly challenging.
Oh, I won.
And
Yay.
by the way, there are no difficulty options, at least for your first playthrough, so we'll all be having the same experience difficulty-wise.
Oh, there's no difficulty option. That's interesting. Okay. That's something valuable to learn.
The game starts you out with a very limited moveset, just your light and heavy attacks, plus a couple of default special moves for your vocation, and you'll learn the ropes fighting goblins, harpies, and wolves for quite some time, plus the occasional early game mini-boss here and there. Now, that said, the combat at game start is easily its lowest point. It's not even close, because things keep opening up and becoming more and more complex and more refined, weirdly. And after 51 hours, I am seeing 0 signs of that slowing down with just my one vocation, of which there are 10 total, including the starter 4. You can switch vocations at inns you'll find at certain settlements, though it is worth pointing out your character has both a standard rank, which increases basic stats, and also a vocation rank that's tied to unlocking new vocation-specific abilities. So if you switch, you'll still have your strength, defense, carry weight, etc. stats as they were, but your moveset is going back to basics. Overall, though, I found the gameplay progression and how your class opens up from very basic beginnings to something far more complex to be extremely satisfying. The combat itself, like when you're in the action, is solid, but I will say that the more unique boss battles, the ones that require teamwork, are easily the highlights, far and away the highlights, because one criticism you are going to hear a lot is that this game is fairly lacking in basic enemy variety. Get used to goblins, wolves, and harpies, because for the first 25-30 hours or so, that is all you'll be seeing. And I'm not exaggerating for effect, that is all you'll be seeing outside of the occasional mini-boss, plus maybe some aggressive slime in a cave. And for the record, the mini-bosses get repeated a lot too, although those never really got old to me, at least not yet. For how genuinely deep the combat system becomes, though, I do think the lack of enemy types lets that depth down a bit, because if you're planning on playing this, I guarantee you that there will be times that you'll be all excited to try out a new move you unlocked for your vocation, or to put that new sword you bought to the test, only to then go 2 or 3 hours without running into anything other than 14 identical packs of goblins. I'm not saying you won't run into any content, but just enemy-wise, it's a lot of grunt patrols, and that's hardly a problem exclusive to Dragon's Dogma 2, but the combat system here has so much more to it than damn near any other game out there that you really want to unleash both yourself and your pawns on something exciting, but instead you often have to settle for a couple hours of slaughtering goblins before you get anywhere good. And to be honest, killing the grunt enemies does not require any thinking, whereas the bosses do, and you'll get by just fine hacking away at them if that's how you want to play. Speaking of pawns though, well, they're kind of a big deal and deserve their own section, especially because one of them is almost as important as you. At game start, just after you create your own character, you'll be prompted to create a second, that being your main pawn. I made mine a fighter 2, probably not the most tactical idea, but I liked the thought of it, and the rest of your 4-player party is made up of rental pawns. Your main sticks with you from game start to end and levels up alongside you, but the rentals are very different and very disposable. You can find them absolutely anywhere. They wander the open world and can also be hired using a rift, which is essentially a pawn rental center. Plus, interacting with those rifts also resurrects your main pawn should they die. What's really fun about the rentals, though, is that, for the most part, they are the primary pawns of other players. So what you're seeing at the rifts are pawns designed by the community. And because of that, your primary pawn can also be hired out. That doesn't mean they'll ever disappear from your squad, but you might wake up after camping and hear them comment about how they went on some adventure without you.
I was a tad incautious in my travels this time. A horde of goblins got the better of me, if you can believe it.
During combat and exploration especially, the pawn system has quite a bit to it. Combat itself is more about preparation and putting together a squad whose abilities complement each other, something your primary pawn will even comment on if you're doing a good or poor job
I got 4.
Whereas
Nice.
exploration is where the system really shines. Every pawn has various traits, and depending on what they specialize in, they might be able to help with a quest, or you might be traveling through an area and your rental will mention how they'd already been through that area with their master, and they know where treasure can be found. And if you give them the go-ahead using one of the pawn commands on the D-pad, they'll take you right to that treasure. That's not something you can consistently rely upon, but it's neat when it happens. The main drawback to the pawns really just comes back to an echoed complaint from the first game, and that's the fact that they never shut up.
Different combinations of materials result in different creations.
For every one extremely cool moment, there will be 5 or more where one of your pawns just says the most useless thing you've ever heard. I mean, right on topic, if you don't have a pawn that specializes in something related to your quest, then get ready to hear your pawn mention every 5 seconds that you could hire someone else if you need help, and they won't stop repeating that suggestion until you go into the menu and set another quest as your priority, because most of the time you won't need help. The worst pawn quip, though, comes from picking up items, because after every 3 or 4 pieces of loot you pick up, you'll get this same repeated double comment where one of the pawns says, "This item is generally used as a material," which is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. No shit, this item is used as a material, but the quote isn't over because it's always tied to a second line where one of the other pawns
just
will
bad
say,
translation.
"Different combinations of items results in
They mean
different
resource.
creations." And every time you'll just be thinking, yeah, I could have figured out for myself that if I mixed a grape and a cranberry together, it'd give me a different result than a hunk of copper
Your
and a
skill
stick.
has increased.
Other than the constant chatter, though, the pawns are pretty cool, though I've noticed they're prone to throwing themselves off of cliffs from time to time, though who isn't? I also loved how after a battle, you'd often high-five your pawns, and if you fell from a great height and one of your party happened to be below you, then they would catch you to stop any damage you would have taken. And more broadly speaking than just the pawns, this game is full to the brim with nice little moments like that. To speak on some of the less nice moments, though, I promised to talk about bugs and performance, and one of those 2 categories is unfortunately where Dragon's Dogma 2 falls seriously short. In the bug department, if I'd been sent a code a little later and had only made it, say, 25 hours in, then I probably would have said Dragon's Dogma 2 was near bug-free in my experience, because I had nothing major go wrong up until that point. Then, though, I had a major side quest completely break. I just couldn't talk to the NPC required to end the quest. He only had his shop dialogue available, so I've been stuck with that quest in my log for nearly 30 hours at this point. That's an ongoing situation. And directly after that quest broke, and I mean directly afterwards, I had another side quest break, where the NPC I needed to speak to just disappeared entirely. Although that one did fix itself when I left the area and then returned to where I'd initially met the NPC, at which point the quest just started all over again like I'd never spoke to him in the first place. After that, though, I've then gone another 20 plus hours with no bugs whatsoever, so if it weren't for that one very frustrating session, I'd have no complaints. The same cannot be said for this game's performance, and I want to be crystal clear here. Overall, Dragon's Dogma 2 is a game I'm loving, and I say I'm loving as an ongoing term for 2 reasons. One, since being 50-some hours, I'm loving as an ongoing term for 2 reasons. One, because 50-some hours is not enough to get everything there is to get out of this game. It's just the best I could do since being sent both the code and the review embargo at the same time a week ago. but also because if the PC port ends up being okay, then I'm planning on starting this game over from scratch the day Dragon's Dogma 2 officially comes out. Why do I plan on starting over? Well, I had requested a PC code as my main platform like I usually do, but for whatever reason I ended up with a PS5 code. I was super grateful to get anything, don't get me wrong, but whereas I've always been beyond happy with my PS5 when I've used it, mainly for like 3 games which all ran perfectly,
It didn't perform.
Dragon's Dogma 2 currently runs very poorly on console,
very poorly.
or PlayStation
Oh
for sure. And
my god!
I don't think there's any sugarcoating that.
I'm
I'd
sure
recommend
PCs.
being very skeptical of anyone who does.
Yeah,
Unlike
I'm guessing that it's probably a slogger.
every other PS5 game I've played, Dragon's Dogma 2 doesn't have any graphic options. There's just the one setting which leaves you with the poorest frame rate of any game I've played this generation.
Your
It's
skill
not
has
60 at
increased.
4K, which is
Shitty.
expected at this point, but it's also not even 30. And to be blunt, I just can't believe we're still having this conversation in 2024.
Yeah, I
This
can't
game
believe
runs
so.
not at a locked 30, but instead an uncapped 30, meaning the frame rate can swing above or below that number. And what you're going to frequently notice is the below part of that sentence.
Yep.
Anything mildly intense, anything more than just running through a forest fighting goblins, and this game starts chugging. City centers frequently dip into the mid to low 20s, and combat, I mean, I am scared for console players who are planning to lean heavily into magic. As mentioned, both myself and my primary pawn were fighters, so there was very little graphically intense combat going on, but whenever just the one mage I was running in my party used a spell, Dragon's Dogma 2 would magically transform from a PS5 game into a PowerPoint presentation. Okay, maybe it wasn't quite that bad, but frame rates in the low 20s were common, and is that really what we want to endorse?
No.
Are we really wanting to go down that
No.
road and say that's okay for current gen
I'll
consoles?
know within a couple of
game
hours.
that's struggling to hit 30 FPS and has 0 options to improve
What?
that frame rate? For me, the answer is a hard no. Again, I just can't believe this conversation is being had in 2024.
too.
And
What's
it's
wrong
just
with
such
you
a strange
guys?
feeling because Dragon's Dogma 2
That's
is a great game.
Capcom.
with some
Capcom.
goofy quirks, which could word
Capcom's
for word also be used to describe the first,
Exoprimal
but
was perfect frame
performance-wise,
rate.
This one is going to
Perfect.
take a lot
No
of
problem.
criticism, and rightfully
Solid.
so, in my opinion. Well, that is all for today. If you enjoyed this review, consider leaving a
Well,
like.
okay, so we hear a problem with the performance. We'll see how it is on PC. Maybe they don't want to fuck that up, so I don't know. Here's what Fextra had to say. I don't
In this
really
Dragon's
like
Dogma 2
Fextra.
review, I'll be sharing my experience following my extensive time with the game after completing it with over 100 hours of gameplay
He
time.
completed it?
There's a lot of talk online about the game's performance, and I have played the game on all 3 platforms, PC, Xbox, and
Oh, wow.
PlayStation,
Okay.
so we'll get into how it plays on all 3 a bit later in this review. If you want to know what the game has to offer, how it measures up to its predecessor, and how it holds up against modern RPGs, this is the review that you need. As always, I'll begin the review by covering story and setting because your motivation can really affect your enjoyment of an RPG. A common question that I get is whether you must play the first title to enjoy this one, and the answer is no. But knowing some of the wealth of lore of the Dragon's Dogma universe certainly adds to the experience. The medieval setting of the game is always very appealing, and its concept of a cyclical approach is well conceived and will feel familiar to those of you who enjoy Pillars of Eternity or Wheel of Time. The books, of course, the show is horrible. The story of Dragon's Dogma 2 seems to be the typical RPG hero. You start in a prison, make your escape thanks to the help of a mysterious figure, and set off to find your place in the world, eventually involving yourself in all the possible troubles of the land. In this regard, I feel the game is very well done, with over 80
Maybe I'll
unique
save the
quests that
money.
are by no means go-fetched
I don't
and
like
healing
hearing
items, and the game shines in its capacity to
performance
adapt to your
problems.
decisions and actions. Most quests seem to have multiple endings or ways to go about them, and their progression affects other quests, NPCs, and even store inventories. I found myself enjoying discovering the characters and their motivations and exploring the hidden lore and nuance of the world at large. All in all, without giving any spoilers, the story is superior to that of its predecessor and a worthy investment of your time. Now, your time is something very valuable and one thing that the game doesn't always respect, which brings us to gameplay. As a stoic and nuanced action RPG, Dragon's Dogma 2 is the kind of game you must approach armed with determination and patience. This is by now very familiar to me, as I very much enjoy discovery and exploration of both world and mechanics. I'm no stranger to obscure quest objectives, disappearing NPCs, and uncertain checkpoints, but if you are looking for a straightforward and guided experience, Dragon's Dogma 2 is not the game for you. Having completed and loved the first game, I thought I was well prepared for whatever challenge the new mechanics may give me. What I was not prepared for was the fact that the world is so large that a simple mistake or a small NPC bug would mean my second hour of the game would be spent tediously running a very long way to a large town because the intended ox cart was lost to a bug. You may remember my humorous story about Jim from the Beware pre-launch video. Well, it was that all over again, in that I was very ill prepared for such a long journey, already feeling the stamina exhaustion of all my stocked curatives, and of course it became nighttime and I was promptly besieged by armies of skeletons that I was in no way the appropriate level to tackle. Welcome to Dragon's Dogma 2. This set a rather frustrating tone to the start of my adventure, but I made it to the objective determined to get back on track. It took me some time to get used to the new questing system, as there's no quest board or markers for quests, and they seem to mostly appear from NPCs approaching you or when you talk to someone almost at random. This made me feel like I was missing a lot of quests, but I soon realized the futility of attempting to hit up a conversation with over 1,000 NPCs in the game, and accepted that it would just work out if I just let it happen. From here, the next step was readjusting to the lack of streamlining on travel and weight mechanics. I must report they are not just like the first game, but perhaps they're even now more
Maybe I'll
tedious,
really like it.
as
I
the
don't
world
know.
is so much larger. Adding to this, quest directions are very vague that I often got confused or lost on what to do or where to go, and ended up doing pointless round trips to faraway locations and wasting hours of my time. I felt that some of this was my fault for not thinking things through,
It's
but
got
there is
buffer
also
now.
some blame to be assigned to poor design choices that do in the end take your time for granted. Regardless, I learned my lesson and pressed on until Dragon's Dogma 2 clicked at a point somewhere around the 20 to 30 hour mark. Riding this momentum, I started tackling harder foes, venturing to undiscovered zones, found new vendors with exciting and expensive gear, and uncovered more insidious plots. This is the point where the game really hooked me and somehow made me forget that I just spent 20 hours killing goblins, harpies, and saurians while out of stamina. It would take another 20 hours or so to reach endgame and find the true Dragon's Dogma 2, the feeling you get when the credits roll but you know there's more to discover and find the developers put a very fun endgame for you to stick around. Needless to say, much like my original experience, the game won me over with its endgame. Of course, that's a rather high number of hours for something to click or reach its full potential, and many people will not want to spend the time or effort when they are uncertain they will enjoy that as much as I do. So let's delve into the specifics of gameplay. Dragon's Dogma 2's quests are well done, and I found them very enjoyable due to the multiple scenarios and approaches that can happen. That said, they were also very confusing at times, and you may end up relying on pawns to tell you where to go or what to do next. Fortunately, there is a system for you to select pawns who have quest knowledge and direct them to act as your guide. This also applies to exploration, where the pawns you have hired will mention that they've discovered something nearby when in another world, and offer to show you. This is a fantastic mechanic because it's optional for those who rather not use it, but can be a huge time saver given the scope of the world. Vastness can be very appealing in an open world game, but it does get very tedious when exploration is interrupted every 2 minutes by yet another band of goblins that you're going to face roll anyway and have no good loot to give you. And the lower levels of the game have honestly 4 daytime enemy types: goblins, saurians, harpies, and wolves. It got boring very fast, and I was just so glad on the rare occasion a cyclops would attack me instead, rejoicing while it bashed my brains out. Something that really offset some annoyance and helped make me feel immersed, though, was the addition of camping. You'll find many campsites around the world, and they allow you to set up with your companions and chit-chat around a fire while you grill some food provisions that you've gathered. You'll get bonuses to your stats and regeneration based on the type of steak that you use. Just be careful to stay away from rotted meat or you'll get blight for the entire party. The camp also allows you to change skills, which is very convenient if you're planning on tackling a nearby monster and must swap some elemental buffs. And of course, camping lets you rest and recover all your HP and clear all blights. With the assistance of camping, I was able to truly lose myself in exploration, and it became almost a different game and allowed me to feel the reward of exploring.
That's what I'm hoping to hear.
I searched around bushes to find rare items, discovered cleverly hidden collectibles, climbed steep cliffs to reach unique chests, and delved deep into caves filled with monsters. While most gear seems to be bought in shops, there is still a lot to be found, including rings, armor, and weapons, and some enemies even dropped me some equipment, adding to the joy of discovery. Since so much of the exploration ends up being enemy encounters, combat is a huge part of Dragon's Dogma 2 right away. You don't really have big epic battles for the first part of the game, so you aren't focused too much on optimizing your equipment or party. This can mislead people into thinking the combat is too simple, but the reality is that it's actually very methodical and rewarding. This is not a skill-based game for the most part, it's a preparation and knowledge game. So when you play, you'll spend a lot of time checking shops for gear for yourself and pawns, optimizing your curatives and spells, and checking hired pawns for desired traits and skills.
Your skill
this
has
means by
increased.
the time you enter a battle, you're rolling the dice in a board game and seeing your efforts preparing played out. Sometimes you may do skillful actions and apply your strategies as in combat tactics, but most of the time the win or lose of a battle is decided before it starts by things like your party buffs, curatives, and damage capabilities. It's also noteworthy that the debilitation and elemental damage systems are deep and fun to tinker with in a way few games manage to. Many players enjoyed using Topor to overwhelm even the hardest enemies in the first game, and I'm very much looking forward to seeing what crazy approaches the community will come up with in this one. Adding to the fantastic feel of customization, Dragon's Dogma 2 has upgrade styles, and each style is found in a different location, so you can only use the balanced ones first until you've traveled far and found the rest. To make your life easier, I have taken the time and effort to be able to find every weapon, armor, and ring in the game on the wiki with its full upgrade paths and material requirements on day one. Fortunately, there is a good variety of weapons and very fashionable armor to be bought and tried out, and the basic upgrades are very affordable, so you can tinker with your gear and your party as much as you like. Leveling up is quite quick and smooth, changing vocations was simple and ranking up pretty fast. I maxed out 2 vocations for myself and my pawn before I got to endgame, but you could easily do more. Your level ups are not tied specifically to one vocation either, so you can freely come and go as you wish and retake a vocation midway later without losing any progress. In this regard, combat can remain fresh as you can swap to completely different classes and have medium level gear or even high-end skills ready for that new vocation. However, the most unique classes are unlocked rather late in the game, so you'll probably cycle through the basic ones first. This is well worth doing as the passive skills called augments are unlocked on one vocation, but can then be used on any other. You can use a fighter passive on your sorcerer.
Oh good, they unlocked the classes.
Anyone who loves Dragon's Dogma knows the payoff was very late in the game. Dragon's Dogma 2 has the same approach with more classes and equipment opening up as you reach the late stages. Enemy variety, difficulty, and drops increase, drakes populate the landscape, and your experience becomes, all in all, a lot more rewarding. This carries on after the credits roll with multiple endings and post-game content to explore and complete, including new currencies and shops that feature really awesome equipment. Here is where the game truly grabbed me as I started wanting to really optimize my party and had set off to hunt specific and challenging foes to gather the materials for the gear and upgrades I wanted. There's something very satisfying about those hunts and about sending off your pawn and seeing it come back with gifts and thanks from other players. I became addicted to exploring, I developed a hatred of the Dullahams, and I became a true pro at slaying drakes. I certainly feel like I can stay in the endgame for a long time, and it has recolored my entire experience, much like high rank of Monster Hunter. A big part of open world RPGs is the experience you get from the world. That experience is heavily affected by the world design and graphical fidelity and musical score. Dragon's Dogma 2 has very good art direction with interesting monsters, unique and fashionable armor and weapon concepts, and a stylized interface that gives it more of a tabletop RPG feel. There were some UI misses in the design of menus and the lack of front-end visualization of important mechanics, but overall, it's quite well done. Graphically, the game is pretty, but not very impressive. There are some really nice touches such as light sources like your lamp and distant torches or enemies with ghostly effects are very distinguishable at night, and it really adds to the overall immersion. I also found some ancient ruins and structures that took me to breathtaking vistas, and found the density of forest paths to be very well done. I was also very glad to see that there weren't obvious copy-pastes in the landscape, which is a very real problem for most large open-world games. That said, and while monster models in some environments are gorgeous, there was no graphical wow factor for me in the landscape at large. If you're looking for eye candy, you are more likely to be enticed by the flashy effects and animations for certain vocations and spellcasting, as well as the detailed movesets and effects from some of the larger monsters. NPC models are okay, but you'll encounter stiff face animations and awkward movements more often than not, which can be forgivable if you consider they actually customized a huge number of those characters so you aren't always looking at the same person in different clothes. But graphical fidelity is only a portion of the equation, and there has been a lot of talk about performance. In this point, we have had a lot of discussions amongst ourselves about how to explain
Your
how
skill
this
has
works.
increased.
We played the game on all 3 platforms, on an Xbox Series X, PlayStation 5, and a relatively high-end PC with a 3090 graphics card. FPS performance was subpar.
Good, 3090, yeah. Good.
Xbox seems to be the worst of the lot with some dips under 30 FPS. PlayStation looked somewhat smoother, hovering around what looked to be 40 to 50 FPS most of the time. And PC ran the best with about 80 FPS at 1440p on max settings in most areas, with some slowdown when entering the large towns that dropped into the 40 FPS range. The game also has some faint pop-in, which means things appear to disappear translucently rather than just completely pop into existence, so it's not as noticeable as in other games. Now, many people will hear about the FPS and immediately cancel their pre-order and go
Your
leave
skill
a
has
review of
increased.
0 on Metacritic, never having played the game.
Wow.
I feel like there are some disclaimers that need to be brought alongside those low numbers. Yes, it's unacceptable for a modern game on next-gen consoles to have that low of FPS, and it's really hard to understand why when the game has been in development for so long. But if the proof is in the pudding, the reality is even with that low FPS, I just kept playing, and I didn't notice it all that much. We shared the game amongst ourselves to test our reactions, and overall we arrived at the same conclusion. Well, it sucks, but it's not ruining the game. While this is going to heavily impact the score of the game, it will eventually be your decision whether this is something that stops you from playing. I don't know if this is something they can fix, as I don't quite understand why the performance is so lame, but for me personally, if I heard they will never fix this, I would still buy and play the game, because it didn't bother me as much as I thought it would. On the music score side, I was a bit disappointed as I have not been moved by the game's main tunes. I was expecting the banger opening of Dragon's Dogma 1 that simply never happened, and there was never a crescendo to tug at my heartstrings. Not to say it's bad, but it just simply wasn't memorable. Voice acting is quite good. I enjoyed the NPC voice actors, who I think did a very good job and really add to the feel of the game when everything is properly voiced and given convincing emotions. My only complaint in this regard is that pawn voice selection is quite limited based on their inclinations. For example, a simple pawn has one feminine and one masculine voice type with different levels of bass. So you're listening to the same person, just distorted versions of their voice, and when you have multiple pawns with the same inclination, you really notice this. All in all, music, effects, and voice acting balance out to be on par with expectations. You're probably wondering just how big Dragon's Dogma 2 is and what kind of playtime you can expect. I can confidently say that Dragon's Dogma 2 is a massive game with a lot of unique content and exploration options. You'll have vast landscapes to explore, many caves and subzones to adventure in, and many unique quests to do. You can easily expect 50 hours of content and 100 hours for completionist content, plus untold time spent in endgame and doing specific hunts with pawns to participate in the asynchronous online. I really need to point out that questing never felt like a filler, and I very much enjoyed doing even small tasks to see how things would turn out. In terms of replayability, you can get a lot out of the vocations thanks to the instant swap and the individually tracked progress, so you can actually experience all the playstyles with one character. You can also go to New Game Plus and discover new solutions or outcomes to your previous quests, which means that despite the game's landmass, there's still an incentive to go over to a new cycle and experience it all again. I also want to highlight that the pawn system is a really fun asynchronous feature that has its own charm. It is a rather unique concept that is often misunderstood or underappreciated because it's seen as a poor replacement for actual multiplayer elements. First of all, I actually appreciate not having to gear up 4 characters. Call me lazy, but being able to have an entire community coming up with optimization ideas and being able to invite those into my game is very welcome. And yes, this could have been a person, but I like that I have the option of having online elements in my single-player game. I quite enjoy hearing the stories my pawns bring back to me with other Arisons that they adventure with, including the one time he returned traumatized from having died so many times, but bearing an equipment gift from the other player. The limited visibility into the experiences of other players adds to my own experience in the same way that the limited communication and Souls-made gestures all the more important and expressive. It also helps that pawn mechanics have been streamlined and improved, so managing your party, hiring pawns, and even getting directions and help from them is fun. You also find out that there are some new and scary mechanics at play with pawns, which will feed into the fun of community discovery and add to the longevity of Dragon's Dogma 2. Final thoughts. Dragon's Dogma 2 is a unique experience and a roller coaster of emotions. I was incredibly annoyed when my ox cart was destroyed and I had to run 10 minutes to the nearest village, but was incredibly satisfied when I prevailed against a drake while under level. The small little things that nag at you from quality of life and other games eventually become the reason why the highs feel so high in Dragon's Dogma 2. As you advance past mid-game and have a proper grasp on mechanics and objectives, you'll find yourself addicted to the entire experience, unwilling to let it go, and stuck farming loot and trading pawns at endgame. Offering a very good amount of content, rewarding exploration, and a myriad of secretive mechanics and lore for the community to discover, the game will be another polarizing entry where the people who like it love it, and those who don't appreciate those mechanics deride it. Despite some streamlining issues and unfortunate design choices, and very much despite the frame rate, I feel the overall experience is more than the sum of its unpolished parts, and I would recommend to buy this game now and enjoy it with everyone else so you can participate in the community.
Poor Capcom. They probably were like, maybe it'll be fine, right? They were like, maybe it'll be fine. And then the media came back, and they're talking today, and they're like, yeah, the frame rate's really bad. And that's not good for Capcom. So they're panicking right now, I guarantee it. They're like in their offices right now at Dragon's Dogma, and they're like celebrating, but they're also like fucking probably freaking out. They're freaking out. They're like, why? What can we do? They're like, what can we do? We didn't really foresee the frame rate being so bad. And what do? We couldn't get anything more out of the engine. How do we fix it? And they're probably panicking, right? They're like, we can't patch this or whatever. And they're like, oh no, why is the console performance so bad? It's a console. We you know, and the optimization is not there. And that's not good for Capcom. They've never done anything like that. And I wonder maybe if I'm about to be victimized by a cash grab slightly, you know? I don't know. I hope not. I might keep the game just because I like Capcom and I don't mind Capcom and I'm sure that game's good. Sometimes I have a completely different experience than everybody else did. Like, for instance, Alan Wake 2 was miserable for me. It performed like shit. It wasn't fun. It was glitchy. There was a bug where the NPC, the first NPC glitched out, and I was like, yeah, I don't think I want to do this again. I don't think I'm interested in this. I think this is not the game that Alan Wake 1 was, and I don't think, you know, I don't think this game should be like that either, you know. I was like, and that felt like Remedy kind of cash grabbed me, so I didn't buy that game. I was like, nope. And I am buying this one, and I'm a little nervous. The last time I blew money like this was like Remnant 2, and I couldn't find the interest to play it again. And I guess I'll play 2 hours of Dragon's Dogma and look at the performance, but I'm going to have to cringe stop at like an hour and 50 minutes, and I'm going to have to be like, okay, do I keep this game now? Because it plays like shit. I bet it will. I bet it'll fucking play like shit on my computer. But what do I know? Maybe it's fine. You never know. Yeah, it's always different. It drives me nuts. It's different. Sometimes it's different than what happens to everybody else. So yeah, I don't know. Like, yeah. The Kraken Club is fun, I must say. It absolutely is. Makes me kind of wonder why they didn't speed up the attack speed in this game a little tiny bit. I think it would be a more fun game for people. Am I... Oh no, 10 seconds on silence. I'm full on mana, so I'll just dump TP, I guess. Yeah, 122 is okay. It's not amazing, but it's good. Silence is off me. Oh,
Your skill has increased.
Heal. I don't want to die. It'll cost me so much. Oh no, please don't do this to me. Get off him. Come on, man. Okay, now...
Your skill has increased.
Oh god, heal. That was the big hit. I can probably live. Oh god, kill him. If the pet can get hate, I'm fine. Sooner or later, the pet will get hate. Damage is... Like, I need a better chess piece, but I just want the AF. I'm just gonna go get the AF. I'm halfway through the AF thing. Gotta go back, but I've gotta get enough buffer XP where dying isn't gonna fuck me in the ass. That takes a long time, solo. My thing's gonna die, and so am I. I'm gonna have to charm this fucking scorpion because he won't die. So annoying. And I'll lose the whole progress on him and everything. That's alright. I could heal him, but I don't want to waste the stuff. I don't know. Maybe I can kill him. Do you think? I don't know. I'm paralyzed for one thing. I'll charm him if I get low. No, 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 no. I couldn't do it. I was pressing the button. I pressed the button and he fucking death scissored me. No. 608. At least I didn't D-level. Oh my god. 608. Are you fucking serious? Well, at least I didn't D-level. And I have some loot, you know. Got a little bit of loot out of there. It's fine. Oh... Now, a neurobiolink. Don't those sell really well? See how I do. Ah! Oh, damn it. Oh god, I gotta go pop the coffer. That's so annoying. Aww. This has been a grind today. I don't see anything that I need to technically do, but okay. So... I think I'm done with this game for today. What else? I think I might return Dragon's Dogma 2, which is crazy, because I believe it is a carbon copy of the first game. And I have the first game. And I know that game runs well. I know it. I know that game runs well. What I want is a game that'll run in the background. And I don't really see the difference between 1 and 2. Except the inventory in 2 is probably really good. And it's got a lot of voice and probably more expanded, definitely modern game and stuff. But I don't know. Hearing frame rate always makes me so fucking nervous. And, let's see. Let's go look at that, I guess. I can't believe that. That was the last thing I expected to hear. Let's go see. Wolfheart FPS, wow. Dragon's Dogma 2. Dragon's Dogma 2. Frame rate. Frame rate and more. Okay, from 8 hours ago. Gaming Bolt. Yeah, I'm nervous because, I mean, $80 is a lot. That's a lot of money right now for me. spoilers.
Job of simulating direct lighting and indirect lighting in a wide variety of different conditions. Reflections also seem to be utilizing a similar technique, but it's also possible that we might be seeing cube map reflections instead. You see, there aren't many purely reflective surfaces in Dragon's Dogma 2's world, so it can be pretty difficult to ascertain from just looking at pawns and shields to understand the actual implementation of the reflections. Switching gears to the post-processing side of things, Dragon's Dogma 2 features a rather mediocre set of effects to adorn its base rendering pipeline. Plenty of particles can be seen flying across the screen at any given time during the combat, but the actual quality of those particles isn't really all that impressive, and the same goes for elements like smoke or water effects. On the other hand, volume...
Now, this looks like a better game than 1, and my only real complaint with 1, or I would say it's a superior game, is that its inventory is clunky and shitty.
Electric light shafts caused by pockets of light look pretty beautiful in action. So it's pretty much a
so I guess I could keep this one just based on the fact that using the inventory in this one is better and the graphics are better and it's more current. And maybe in time it will run better. Maybe they patch it or something.
Department. Dragon's Dogma 2 PC settings, test bench specifications, and performance parameters. Dragon's Dogma 2 on PC features a pretty comprehensive suite of options when it comes to choosing the best balance between visuals and performance. A quick look at the settings menu reveals a bunch of options ranging from Ryzen 5950X CPU, an NVIDIA RTX 3080 Ti, and 32GB of RAM. We also took note to install the game on a PCIe 4.0 SSD to make sure load times are optimized well. Given our specifications, we were able to crank up the game to the highest possible setting with ray tracing enabled and DLSS super resolution set to quality mode at 4K. The performance was mostly mixed at around 45 to 50 frames per second. Now, in order to run the game at 60 FPS, we had to drop mesh settings to medium and texture limit to 2 GB. After this change, the performance was largely stable, running anywhere from 60 to 65 FPS. Dragon's Dogma 2 PS5 version, graphical modes and performance. Dragon's Dogma 2 on PS5 offers a singular graphics option, a fidelity mode that runs at 4K with an uncapped 30 FPS. Going with an uncapped frame rate is definitely a risky option in terms of performance stability, but Dragon's Dogma 2 ran mostly well throughout our tests. The frame rate isn't completely stable, and you will notice considerable dips below the target in certain scenarios, but those aren't too grave to be considered a deal breaker. That being said, it would definitely have been really great to have a 60 FPS option on consoles, since Dragon's Dogma 2 is an action-heavy game that had added responsiveness would have made the gameplay a whole lot better overall. PC and PS5 version head-to-head comparison. In our analysis, we observed that Dragon's Dogma 2 largely has a similar core graphical feature set across the PS5 and PC versions. Both look similar in broad strokes, but upon further inspection, one can definitely spot a few differences here and there. For instance, asset quality on the PC is marginally better than we saw on the PS5. The same can be said for reflections and draw distance, but these are just very minor differences that don't really mean all that much when you look at the larger picture. Draw distance across both platforms is largely the same, though you can crank up distant detail a bit higher on PC than what is on the PS5. Shadows and reflections are almost identical across both versions, and we saw little to no artifacting across edges. Loading times. The RE engine makes good use of current-gen high-speed storage, which quickly loads relevant assets into memory. On PC, it takes only 5 to 10 seconds to load into a save, which is pretty quick. And it makes me believe that the game is taking advantage of the Windows Direct Storage API. The PS5 takes a bit longer to load into a save, with loading times coming in at around 15 seconds. Conclusion. All in all, Dragon's Dogma 2 is largely a graphical sound game that looks and plays well on both platforms. It might not make full use of current-gen rendering techniques, which makes it somewhat inferior to its contemporaries, but that's just the technical side of the experience.
I don't know, I'm not liking what I'm hearing.
Furthermore, it performs well enough across both platforms, although the addition of a performance mode for the PS5 would definitely have been appreciated. Plenty of attention has also been given to the PC version, which is chock full of options and sliders, making for a scalable experience across different hardware.
So I'll give it its 2 hours for the $80. It's like, for one of the things I can get for the $80 is the 2 hours to play the game. I can see the intro and play the game and be like, do I want to keep this or do I want to return it? And I could even be like, I really, really like this game, but I don't think I want to keep it because I'm not going to play it. That's happened before. I wish I'd done that with Remnant. Remnant is a really good game, but I just didn't, you know, I didn't really... I don't know. I just didn't really, like, I don't know. I don't want to play Remnant. It was sloggy. It was triple anus. It was, you know, it was a great game, but it was really great game, actually. I really liked it, but it was more Dark Souls, which I think I'm done with Souls-likes, I think. Souls-like is boring to me after New World. It just is. It doesn't have the goodness of New World. Souls-likes are boring. New World is good. This sucks that New World is dying. Maybe I should go roll on one of those dead 100 pop servers. And start a new character and just craft all my gear. And that might make the game actually really fucking hard. I have to get all the loot. I can't buy it from the auction house. So I have to like get all the loot from the quests and everything. I don't know. It's sort of like dumb though. The game's dying. What's the point? They're just gonna switch it over to LOTR, which I could never. I can't believe the New World is becoming LOTR. I mean, I'm not complaining, but also like I backed New World and it's a little crazy. Do I go back there? Yeah, I guess I kind of do. Yeah, I think I do. It sucks that I died, but I mean, I got progress in there, so. It'll eventually pay when I have stacks of stuff to sell.
Thoughts on this? Go ahead and share.
I am terrified of frame rate issues on a 3060 Ti, honestly. Forced 4K, limiting our FPS to 30. Modder Heroes, your services are needed again. Yep. I know, I would not trade 60 FPS for 4K. I mean, church. You know what I'm saying? Church, yo. Messed up. Yeah, like, I'm sorry, but an unstable 30 FPS action heavy game in 2024 is unacceptable. He's sure it's an optimization issue. I don't buy it. I don't know. Horizon played 120 for me. And I'm hoping the sequel will too. I wouldn't I mean, tomorrow Horizon's launching, and I think I would rather play that than Dragon's Dogma 2, which is crazy, and I think I bought the wrong game because this game I want 120 frames or I'm not happy. I'm not happy. I'm running a stream. I don't want to subject my people to fucking 50 fucking frames. I'm not really down for that. And I'm guessing that, yeah, while Horizon is... Their optimization for Horizon 1 was really good. It was, like, genuinely fucking good. It was, like really fucking good. I did not mind it. There's button mapping. There's also motion sensor function in the camera options menu. The PS5 does not have performance mode, but the 30 FPS is good in outdoor areas but suffers in big fights in cities. The world is well crafted and is huge. It uses the adaptive triggers on the PS5 controller. I didn't know that. There are golden beetles that glow that you can find and use to add 0.15 to your carry weight. The caves are intricate and multi-leveled. There are also sewers, aqueducts, and challenge dungeons. There are 2 save files. What was that sound? Oh, someone's fighting at the outpost. Alright, so there are 2 save files. There are 240 secret tokens to find in the game. Pause menu are as follows. In the system, there are saving options. There are no difficulty settings, which is crazy to me. In display, there is HDR mode on and off, and brightness settings. You know, I liked Exo Primal, but I was very, very, very fucking happy that I could play it on Xbox Games Pass because it wasn't a game I would have been happy to buy. And I liked it, but I know that I wouldn't have played it. And it's a good game. I actually like that game, but like it's not a game I want him to keep. And I'm scared now. I'm scared about Dragon's Dogma 2. I never dreamed in a fucking million years, after waiting like a fucking year for this, that I would hear on the night before that there was fucking frame rate issues. I never fucking dreamed. I've seen this too with Jedi Survivor, and they try to say, oh, they'll fix it later. But see, my only interest in Dragon's Dogma 2, frankly, is to entertain you people with a new title. Honestly, I like that game. I know it's a good game, and I want to see if it's any different. But it looks like the exact same game that I already own, which was a platinum game, and it doesn't have frame rate issues. And I don't know. I don't know. You know, the world level seems really fucking loud for some reason. Turn it down. It's loud. No. I lost this? Fuck. I wanted it. Give me another one. I'll take them all. I like this bit. I like this whole fucking rash of Noctises. I'll bet on all of them. Fuck it. I'll take the, or no, yep. Okay. Alright. Hopefully I don't lose. Don't leave a care on a palm. Looks, no worries. You can purchase an art of metamorphosis stone. Confused about what to do. Go play a local order to tell your fortune. Oh, the oracle will tell you where to get a fortune. You can run around as much as you want in a city without it depleting your stamina. You can turn the HUD off and also can pick what HUD you want on or off. You can use camera distance slider. Camera distance slider. Wow. You can sit on special seats at different locations to pass time, and also you can pass time by sleeping at the inn or your home in a city. You have some enemies on your tail crossing a bridge. Cut the ropes. Use wake stones to resurrect yourself or a companion. You can resurrect yourself. You can increase your disposition to most NPCs by giving them a gift. Romance, perhaps. The Maester's teaching is the most powerful skill for vocation. It requires impressing the Maester in a special tone from the Maester of said vocation. I don't think this is my game. God damn it. I mean, I don't play Dragon's Dogma as it is. I know that it bores me. And I'm having cold feet. I shouldn't have looked, but I was also like nervous. I'm like, something feels wrong here. What feels wrong here, you know? Damn it. Got buyer's remorse. I don't know. I can return it in an hour and 45 minutes. And see what the game feels like and how it runs with the right settings. Maybe these guys just don't know how to do the settings right. And also, I need to test how it runs with other games in the background and all this other stuff. I've got to benchmark the game if I want to keep it. And frankly, I think Aloy is more my game than fucking Dragon's Dogma 2, because Horizon doesn't really make you think very much. Dragon's Dogma does. It makes you fucking think for a lot, which is something that I wasn't really looking for. I want a combat immersion game, and it looks good for that, but the enemy variation did not impress me, and I don't think it's the game that I want, which is so shitty. After seeing the stuff... Yeah, I think this might be a hard pass for me. How do you not show PC frame rates, you fucking idiot? He's right. Yup. I know, right? You don't understand how 60 FPS is bad. On a PC? Oh, no. Well, yeah, with 4K DLSS, yeah. I don't know. But it's not a game that I want to play on my stream, I don't think. Because it's super involved. And I like combat games. And it is a combat game. But that combat didn't look that good to me. It didn't look good like New World or something. I'm sorry, but that combat does not impress me. I was like, maybe playing a mage will fix it. I can't wait to rock 60 FPS. Something you will never hear me say. All due respect. I'm not going to troll this guy. I don't want to start something. How all of you are playing games with our lives. Yeah, like what? Like I feel, yep. I just don't agree. I don't agree. Not when I spent this much money. I don't agree. Wow, the PS5 Pro. Wow, not building a PC for one game. An unlocked 2540 FPS on the PS5, no performance mode. Nah, no thanks. No reason for this game to not run at 60 FPS on consoles, lol. I feel for you homies, I'll be playing it up on my 7900 XT. Is it possible for people to make an informed decision about this when you are testing the game with higher end PC equipment at 4K when that's not relevant to the vast majority of players? Yep, that I just cannot fucking believe you. RE Engine is unable to handle open whereas they will want to add loading screens to remove the hardware taxing. Wow. I mean, I think you're right. And it sucks. Horizon Forbidden West has performance. God of War Ragnarok have 60. 14 have 60. So many others are just clowns. Performance mode, not BCS as action having it. Let's place this one when we get free on Plus. When we get free on Plus. Wow. I think so. I don't like the graphics I see. Forbidden West has 120 hertz mode. Frack, should I buy Forbidden West, man, over this? Frack, should I buy Forbid over this? Oh my god, I think I'm gonna bail out. I'm gonna buy Horizon Forbidden West. Can I buy that now? No, I'm gonna buy it tomorrow. I'm gonna do Horizon Forbidden West on stream. I'm not gonna do Dragon's Dogma. I'm gonna go Horizon Forbidden West if it'll give me 120 frames. Fuck that. And I know that game will run. And I'll turn on Final Fantasy 11 and EvE, both of them, before I fire up Horizon Forbidden West, and I'll get it to optimize to having 3 clients on, because I know that's how Guerrilla does their shit. I love Guerrilla, actually. I have a very high opinion of them, actually. And I don't care if Forbidden West is more of the same. I liked Horizon. I'm okay with, like, honestly, if I could just skip through all the voices, I don't care about that story. I never have, never will. That whatever they think is a good story is not a good story. But the fucking combat is off the hook good. It's so good. And but I mean, yeah, if I'm gonna give myself a treat of a single player game, which is also not really conductive to the fucking stream, I'm just struggling with it a little bit. I don't know if I have the time to play Horizon for the amount of money that they want for it. And I like Horizon, and I'm sure it's good. But I just mainly want the combat in Horizon. I thought the first one was so fucking well done in terms of what the mobs were there and stuff. And I think Guerrilla felt like they were pressured to make the PS5 sell. So I'm sure that's a good game. And if it's more of the same of like how the first one was, I'm okay with that. So now I guess I'm going to look now for Horizon Forbidden West on PC performance. Let's go see how that's looking. Horizon Forbidden West PC. Horizon Forbidden West PC. 120 hertz, I guess. Yeah, I want to see it. West versus PS5 enhanced, the PS5 Forbidden New Balance Mode 120. Horizon Forbidden 120 VRR patch with the toy and Guerrilla back mirror with another big patch. I think yeah, okay.
Digital Foundry is proudly sponsored by MSI's new range of next
Thank you,
generation
Digital Foundry. I'd like to
QD
sub to your
gaming
channel.
monitors, available
Thank you
in
for
two
doing this wonderful
sizes,
Horizon
32
Forbidden
inch
West
4K
PC versus
240
PS5.
and 27-inch 1440p 360.
Okay, so let's look into this.
These are some
I
of the
feel like
best
it's a crucial day in single player gaming. If Capcom fucked around and used the 20-year-old engine and tried to cash grab like fucking like a bad frame rate like fucking Jedi Survivor tried to do, it didn't fix it fast enough. That's actually going to make waves in the press, and it's gonna be a thing. And I don't want to give them my money. I like Capcom, but I don't want to give them $80. I like Capcom, but I'm not giving them $80 for something that won't run. I need a fucking client that not only will it run in 120, but it'll run with 2 to 3 other clients running. And honestly, I know Guerrilla's style of PC port, and I know they're more likely to try to look out for my interest of trying to get a performance level based on what's going on the computer in the background with their optimization tool. And I trust them to give me a performance thing better based off their first Horizon port. I trust them to do it better than DDDDA, which is Dragon's Dogma Dark Arisen. That was a great game. Don't get it twisted. It's a really fucking good game, but it's a base RPG in the respect that the combat is very repetitive. Now, cool shit starts to happen, like Final Fantasy 15 when you're out at night and you're higher level and all this stuff. It's a great little game like that, and I like games like that. But it doesn't fit the MMORPG like theme of the stream. Whereas Horizon Forbidden West is technically probably the best archery game ever made, which does affect my MMORPG performance. It affects my Rust performance. It affects my Fortnite performance. It affects if I get better at that Aloy, I really fundamentally believe in Guerrilla giving me good archery action. I believe in it. I fundamentally believe in it. Guerrilla they're not an amazing company, but they're not a bad company. I think they're really terrified of doing the shit that Capcom's trying to pull over our eyes. Now, maybe in a week we hear the Capcom just sort of come to Jesus, fix the frames on this game. But I don't think I want a Dungeons and Dragons single player RPG. If I'm going to do something like that, I want it to be massive sandbox like Dwarf Fortress or I mean, honestly, I love Caves of Cud, but it doesn't have enough level design variation. And I'm thinking that Dwarf Fortress kind of, I mean, it does, but it's you have to be much higher level before you can just freely travel wherever you want to go. And that's like, you know, and it gets cool. And I think Caves of Cud is a lot more fun than Dwarf Fortress, but honestly, I'd rather take the $80 from Dragon's Dogma and buy just the standard version of Horizon Forbidden West for hopefully $50. It might be 60. I don't know what they're charging. And then spend the last $25 on Dwarf Fortress and trying to make Horizon work with my other games and getting a wonderful archery like single player game experience out of it that has good combat. I know for a fucking fact that Horizon has good combat. I think it has good combat like New World. It's got some of the best combat out there, in my opinion. I don't know. I know why. Okay, if you don't understand why Horizon has such good combat, I'll show you. There's an old video I watched like 4 or 5 years ago that will very much illustrate it. All the the Horizon Forbidden West enemy guide, right, is actually off the hook. He probably did one, I imagine. It's the enemy guide, and I wasn't looking at Horizon Forbidden. I'm sorry, Horizon Zero Dawn. He did an enemy guide for Dawn, and that's what I'm looking for today because this game isn't out yet. So we're looking for something that's actually out right now, you know, which is this one. How to Kill Every Machine, a complete guide. This is a great video. Thank you, John Bomis, for the excellent content for my stream. I'll like and sub to your channel. Now, look at this crappy combat. We're going to fucking compare this, right? We're going to compare this when they show the combat and the frames on the screen for Dragon's Dogma 2, right? Again, and we'll mute it because I don't want to hear his stupid UI, his stupid AI written script voice, you know? So here's the combat in Dark Arisen. Or sorry, Dragon's Dogma, right? It's okay. It's not as good as the Souls-like. It's got a lot of magic variation and some good classes, and those classes are roleplay, but that's sort of worthless to me in a single-player game. It's not the combat. I don't think of this game as a good combatter. It was a really amazing experience the first time I did it. Really amazing. But I don't think this combat looks good. I don't look there like when he's hitting that mob, but it doesn't seem like anything's happening at all. Now I want you to see what I'm probably gonna end up playing tomorrow, and we'll show you what's already out on the PC market right now, which is Horizon Zero Dawn, and you'll understand why the combat in this is better. Watch the combat. So she's shooting horns on these elk.
Really not a very threatening machine, very easy to take care of and very scared.
Now this is on the PlayStation, so forgive the bad frame rate. It's from the PS4 Pro era. He probably recorded this on a PS4 Pro. But I mean, no, this game is one of the most beautiful games ever made, hands down. I mean, Forbidden West might be the most beautiful game ever made, hands down, actually. So it's either like Ghosts of Tsushima, maybe New World, or Rust, or DayZ, or Horizon, and I think Horizon's got the crown right now, actually, for graphics in terms of what they can do optimized, because their engine isn't garbage like what I was reading in the chat on the video I was looking earlier.
These guys are not too dissimilar from the grazers. They have horns and they have a canister.
And so each mob has like all this loot that you can get from it, and I don't think Dragon's Dogma is like that. Dragon's Dogma has garbage loot that doesn't really affect the game. Not really. I mean, there's armor and stuff on the vendors, but it's there's some good loot in the game, but it's not, you know, it's not loot that you can use to upgrade weapons, which is what I'm looking for. And Horizon had that. Horizon constantly lets you upgrade all your weapons over and over again, and it was a lovingly crafted a single player world that I know is good, and I've been wanting to play West for years. I think Dragon's Dogma and Baldur's Gate and single player RPG like role play games like that, they appeal to a style of nerd that was raised on D&D. I wasn't raised on D&D. I was raised on Final Fantasy 11. So I want something a little bit more current, and also all I want is combat, and I know Horizon is primarily combat. It's all combat. There's like crappy missions where they try to make you care about AI generated NPCs, which is frankly insulting to me. I wish they would just shut the fuck up. So I might even turn the fucking voices off and just try to get a pure fucking combat thing and just follow the objectives of the game, you know? Because you can play the game like that. And I am excited. I'm a lot more excited to play Horizon Forbidden West. I can hear it in my voice and in my heart. I'm far more excited to play Horizon Forbidden West on the PC than I am for Dragon's Dogma, because Horizon Forbidden West is an excellent combat game. It is.
This one obviously
it's a lot better than Dragon's Dogma. A lot better. I'm talking, it plays like Fortnite. It plays as good as Fortnite. It's so good. It's crispy like Fortnite. Plays like Fortnite. Shit plays like Fortnite. It plays like the bow that was in Fortnite. It's so good. It plays like Fortnite. It's got that really crisp Unreal Engine combat. It's, you know, it really does. And it doesn't show on the PS4 Pro, but it does on the 120 hertz PC or 165 hertz PC or whatever or higher. And so he's talking about mobs, but I want to see the combat, so we're going to skip through. I don't care what about the mob he's talking about, but now watch the combat, watch the grass, watch the smoke and all the stuff going on. Look at all the mobs that you can fight and all this stuff, and there is mob variation, and there's 3 packs of different mobs here. There's a lot of good mob variation. The aiming matters. The skill level of the game actually makes you a better player if you play it on extreme and you like try to make the game fucking hard. This game will fucking kick your fucking ass. It's the hardest combat that I can think of. It's like they'll send like a gigantic fucking dude who you have to shoot in the nuts to get him to drop his shoulders, and then shoot the shoulders to get him to fall over, and all the entire time you're being rained on with ice grenades from previous dudes in the last fight you were in when you had to run from them to go heal or whatever. And like it's got that wonderful Fortnite-esque like sort of random combat, and I have a very high opinion of this game's combat. I think it's some of the best ever done. And I'm a combat guy these days, I have to say. I'm not looking forward to the storyline in Dragon's Dogma. I was literally thinking of turning the voices off. I am not a story guy. I'm a combat guy these days. And sure, I suck dick at combat. Probably, I'd say I'm probably in the top 40 percentile, something like that. I'm not good. But I know that I have a lot more fun doing the combat than I do trying to stumble my way through some city that I don't care about, trying to find some NPC that I don't care about, going from point A to point B, killing a whole bunch of packs of the same 4 mobs outside of the city. And it was fun, and it's a great game, and it immerses you, and you feel like you're out there like Final Fantasy 15. But I actually like the combat in 15 more than Dragon's Dogma. You know, like if I were to go and play a game like Dragon's Dogma, it would be Final Fantasy 15. It's got better combat than Dragon's Dogma does. Dogma does not have combat. Dogma's combat is you got to remember, Dragon's Dogma is Berserk. It's gut from Berserk. It was originally made by Capcom to sell the anime Berserk. And then when they couldn't get the license or something, I couldn't remember what the fucking snag was, but there's some fucking snag where they couldn't get the license for Berserk for their first like iteration of Dragon's Dogma, so they converted it to Dragon's Dogma, renamed everything, and made it far more generic in terms of story and stuff, and they removed all the gut stuff, and they had a hollowed out single player experience because they couldn't do any of the actual lore stuff from the anime, and they couldn't tell like that town, I forget the name of the town, I think it's EvE, EHB, in Dragon's Dogma. I'm a Dragon's Dogma fan. I played it for about 30 or 40 hours, I think. It's a great game, but it's got these foibles. It plays really well like a plateau crawler. Like you go across lots of plateaus and you kind of see lots of mobs and stuff. And it's cool like that. But when you realize that when you get in the fight, the combat system is engaged around showing you sort of cinematic Dungeons and Dragons-esque battle where it was supposed to be your gut Berserker, Berserker, the anime Berserker, one of the greatest combat fucking animes of all time. I love Berserk. It was a fucking amazing anime. One of my favorites, up there with Vampire Hunter D and, fucking Ninja Scroll and all that. Really classic, wonderful, wonderful anime. So they traded to Dragon's Dogma. They lost their thing, just like New World. They lost their initial vision because they couldn't get the fucking IP that they were initially trying to do. And Capcom had to scrap the whole thing and start over clean. Not start over clean, but I mean, like completely reshape the entire thing. Now, this costs the game. The combat's not that good. It's deep and it's fun. And it's cool to have the pawns and the AI working for you. But those AI notoriously piss me off. And it's not like the combat's that good unless you're fighting a BAM, and the BAM isn't even that entertaining because either you or someone else has to go up and climb that motherfucker, a la Berserk, right? Berserk was all about climbing giant demons and stabbing them in the chest and shit like that. He was really good, versatile dude. He could get around really well. And so they, and it was about demon slaying originally, and only demon slaying. There wasn't even supposed to be that much story in it. It was just go kill demons out there in this terrible world that has a day and night cycle, and you don't want to get caught out during the night. So now Dragon's Dogma, I figured that they had improved all of that stuff. But what I'm seeing on the videos, and I was trying to resist it a bit, is a clear optimization error that's like blaringly fucking foul to me. It's clear that it's there. It doesn't look any better than the first game, which I already own, except for the inventory system and all the voice and all the stuff and all the artwork and the beautiful graphics and stuff of a modern game. It's the same exact game, I think. It's not the same layout, or maybe it is. I think it might be the same layout. It's probably a bigger world than the first one. But I mean, that world is sort of, I mean, it's really good. It's the console's players' best single player, like, kind of dungeon roamer that they can get. But the PC players, we got better games than Dragon's Dogma, like WoW and New World and stuff like that. And I struggle now. I struggle because I remember I can fire up Dragon's Dogma right now. I think I even have it on my D drive, and I can recall to you how one and the same the combat kind of is. It has you spam abilities at these auto-targeted things, like Grand Theft Auto. There's no skill base around it at all. You just auto target something like Grand Theft Auto, and you fire your bow, fire your spells, or fire your sword at it. And you have like, and I didn't like the combat system. It's like press X to do medium attack, press Y to do heavy attack, which I've never liked. I don't like two combat keys. I don't think, like, I mean, it's okay when it's short attack and long attack, like Dark Souls and stuff. That I think that was strategic enough where I liked it. It was good, but like I don't like small attack, large attack. I don't think it's that good of a system. It's kind of boring. You run short attacks because you don't want to get hit, and if you run a large attack, you get hit. It's not a very deep system, and there's no aiming in it, and it's all auto-toggle, auto-aim stuff. And so they say the combat is sort of skill-based because, yeah, you don't want to wander into a chimera while you also have, like, a dragon aggroed, and you also have, like, the goblins on you and stuff. All kinds of nasty stuff is going to happen. Like, the goblins are just going to toss bombs, and the dragon's just going to fucking burn you. And it has wonderful Dungeons & Dragons combat like that, but it's still a watered-down version of... What's that old game on the PS2? It's like Shadows of the Colossus. What you really do in the game, if you want to have fun, is you take the soldier class and you climb the BAMs and you bring them down. And I don't like fighting bosses that much, you know? I like fighting bosses if I have to aim at them. I don't really like fighting auto-target bosses where I'm just spamming the same 1 to 3 abilities while my tank bangs his shield and gets the attention. And I played a lot of Dragon's Dogma, and the archer fires at him, and I'm healing, and I'm casting spells and stuff. I play caster on Dragon's Dogma. It's fun, but it is not. I would say it was groundbreaking for 2003. It is not groundbreaking for 2024. This is just more of the same. I'd rather go with more of the same with improved graphics and improved performance and maybe a little bit better story or something like that for Horizon Zero Dawn. I'd rather see that, I think, than Dragon's Dogma 2. And I already went ahead and bit the bullet on Dragon's Dogma 2, which is annoying. I'm gonna return this game. I have 58 minutes in it. It seems like they ran a scam with the... Oh, no, here we go. I don't have anything in this. I want to complain and I want to return this game, but one of the things I can do is I know what that game is. I know what it is. I know exactly what it is. It's the best single-player RPG, but it doesn't fit the stream. Aloy fits the stream more than that game does, because this is a skill-based game that when you put the difficulty on extreme, this game will kick your fucking ass and train you how to be the best archer, like Hanzo, you know? Like, the game is Hanzo. It's like all Hanzo gameplay, and it's genuinely fucking proven good. Like, she has to aim her shots, see it? She has to hit things on the body with it.
As you see, there's a watcher there, and that will be...
And she's got to think about the elemental properties of what's going on. She froze the back of the guy so she can shatter it and get the canister off him, and then he doesn't have the fuel to run his ice cannon.
Frozen, with me now having... yeah, there's quite a
This
few
game
right
does not have optimization issues. It couldn't have. They were too young. If Guerrilla had fucked us by doing bad optimization issues, like, no, this game did not play badly. It played so well on the PS4 Pro. I have it on PS4 Pro, and it's so good. It's so fucking smooth, like that pussy silk, smooth pussy silk. You know, it's like, you know, smooth shaved pussy silk. It's just beautifully, wonderfully optimized. And it's probably not the best alt tab game because it's a very intensive game, but it is optimized, and it has this cool thing where if you want, you can run other clients in the background while this game initially optimizes, and it will acknowledge that you are a gamer who has 2 or 3 clients running, and it optimizes Horizon Zero Dawn to play with those other clients, which is like a fucking, you know, take my money, jizz in my pants situation for me, because I play 3 or 4 clients. I don't think that piece of shit Dragon's Dogma client is going to play well with Final Fantasy and EvE. I don't think it is. I think Horizon West will, if I turn it to fucking low and I run DLSS just like Mortal, and I run it all to ultra low, and I put DLSS on. I bet I can get it to run fucking perfect like Mortal and get a nice, you know, 90 to 120 all the time. And plus it's just a beautiful game even in low settings, kind of. It's a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful game. I'm obsessed with the idea of seeing the other areas of the land, and they added stuff like swimming and all this. So I don't know. It's sort of like, but West didn't get that good of a rating.
It's very.
But I know that I like it.
Nice.
I know that I like it more than Dragon's Dogma. I respect Dragon's Dogma as like the greatest single player RPG game of all time, sort of up there with Elden Ring maybe. But I don't think, or Dark Souls, but I don't think it's as good. The combat it's not good for training me. It's the kind of combat that makes me a worse player. You auto lock on the fucking mob, you cast the spell at it, that's it, you know? And I don't see what that does for my skill level. I think it's kind of like, to me, it's like they added the combat to just have something to do on the way between the boring story a little bit. But I mean, it had a really challenging bunch of cool dungeons in it. Dragon's Dogma is a good game, but I don't think it's what I'm looking for my stream right now. It's not optimized. I saw it, and that's enough for me.
One enemy around.
I did not expect to have this today. I did not expect to see this.
Like that watcher with a...
Wow. See, he had to actually hit the neck of that fucking beast if he wanted to kill it. You know, you got to shoot him right in the fucking neck where they have that red little gibbet or whatever they call on the rooster or whatever little fucking cluck thing on their fucking, you know, what is that thing called? What's the thing on the rooster's cheek or a neck or chin? What's a waddle? It's the waddle. Right? I think what's a rooster? What's a rooster waddle? Right? What's a waddle? A waddle is that little red hangy thing there. That thing, that's a waddle. It's the red flashy growth, right? So if you don't shoot the waddle on the fucking bird,
Is it
it doesn't die, and it just one shots you pretty much. The extreme mode in this game is good. I have put about 100 hours of Horizon Zero Dawn on my stream. I have done 100 hours or something, 110, something like that, of Horizon Zero Dawn on my stream. I have done that way back in 2021. No, 2020. Yeah, midway through 2020. Three-quarters of the way through my first year. I don't even know what I'm at now. I don't remember when I started, and that's probably kind of a bad problem. But I think it was November of 22. And I played Horizon in like spring of 23 on my stream for about 110 hours because I wanted to see what the optimization was like on the PC, and I fell in love with it. It runs well like Fortnite. It plays well like Fortnite. It's got a good engine, and it's skill-based, and it's also its own wonderful little RPG. It's got a wonderful, deep RPG system. Really deep one. Well, not really deep. It's actually kind of candy, but it's this upgrade system that is really fun, genuinely fun.
Threatening machine, like a thunder.
I love upgrading weapons, and it feels like New World a little bit. Upgrading weapons in Horizon feels fucking crisp, and I do wish to support Guerrilla because I would like to see an MMO of this game where we could all be Aloy and roam a big island or something, and just take care of all the packs of the shitty robots that spawn all the time.
Around Landsworn's.
Maybe a four-player RPG, something maybe.
If I lured that Stormbird over here, if that was possible, I think the range is probably too far, but it would have been a nice opportunity for me to freeze that.
So you can freeze that bird, and you can get on it, and you can fly with it. That huge bird, you see it, and I hate to say it, but Dragon's Dogma did not think outside the box like that. It was actually a fairly by the books RPG, and it was a very innovative RPG with a lot of cool follower tactics and stuff, and it was very good. But it wasn't the most innovative game. This is an innovative game. They did a lot with this series.
It would have been a nice opportunity for me to freeze.
They brought the best archery combat that we've got right now. I don't think we've got a better one. Hanzo in Overwatch is better than Aloy, but not by much. He's better. It's more smooth and better. It's a better experience. It was geared towards big money esports, and they made sure that Hanzo was really fucking good, So she doesn't live up to Hanzo, sadly, but it's right beneath it. It's for a single player game. It has that really good Call of Duty fucking smooth multiplayer feel to it, and it's a challenging fucking game. It'll kick your ass. You die all the time. And that difficulty level, I want it on my stream. Extreme, this game on Extreme is a fucking bop. It's a vibe. You're like creeping through the fucking grass and stuff, and there's like shit hunting you, and you're like you like open up and blind the one that's in front of you, and you freeze the one to the right, and you tripwire the left side of the bush, but it still hasn't seen you yet, so you can run up and fucking get a one shot with your spear and shit like that. The combat was really evolved. It had that Halo evolved combat to it. When I played it, I was like, wow, this is miles above most of all of gaming. I would say the combat in Horizon, is like the best that we've had. Maybe there's been a couple contenders like God of War, or I don't know. I would say Elden Ring, but Elden Ring had problems. Yeah, in terms of single-player games is what I'm getting at here. I don't think we have combat rivaling Horizon. I can't think of one. Maybe... No, I don't think we have a single-player game that rivals the combat in Horizon. It's the most immersive combat I've ever experienced on a single-player game, I believe.
So
when you understand that the difficulty level is the entire part of it, like they want you to put it on extreme and get your ass kicked, because it is good. It's good. You have this roll dodge that never ends, so you can just roll dodge the entire time. I always wonder why they just didn't give you a fucking roll dodge. I can't think of another fucking game that does that. Just permanent, endless roll dodges. You don't have to stop. You can fucking cartwheel for the entire game, and I loved it. I was like, why can't I get a fucking roll dodge dodge that doesn't stop. Like in Dark Souls, if you keep rolling, you run out of stamina and shit. Not this game. Her ass is lithe and young. She's like hot, sexy, nubile. Like in the first game, she was like 18. She's probably like 24 now, something like that in the second game. I love Aloy. She's one of my favorite video game characters of all time. The shit that she goes through is so traumatic. When you watch what she deals with, you're like, oh my fucking god. She's like this. She was a lot more berserk than Dragon's Dogma. Let's put it that way. Aloy is a lot more hardcore than Dragon's Dogma. She went through hell and back. That whole situation that she did, it was hell. You live in this land of hell. There's just terrible Matrix robots as far as the eye can see, and they're all hunting you and they all hate you. And she goes through hell. It's just hell, the entire thing.
You know, think of these guys as an opportunity.
I mean, there's good, really uplifting moments in it. The story wasn't noteworthy. I don't remember it. Don't care. But the rest of it was the execution, the talking, the way they did the music and stuff.
For mass, large.
I've made my decision. I already know it. I know it. I've made my decision. I'm gonna make a statement here by refunding right now on stream. I bought Dragon's Dogma 2 and I bought this by mistake. I'm just gonna say it. I don't even want to put any time in it. It's purchases. Dragon's Dogma 2. Oh yeah, get that shit off the screen. Jesus fucking Christ, man. Anyways, there we go. I mean, none of it's bad, but it's just, you know, it is info. It's fucking stupid. I would like a refund. Right? I'd like to request a refund. Refund to my Steam wallet. No, refund to my card. I purchased this by accident. I meant to buy Horizon. I'm sorry. No, I don't have to leave a note. Okay, so, but it does leave a problem where I don't think I see the funds. And, yeah. And the hype is there. The hype of a cash grab is there. I can fucking smell it. It's a cash grab. Not Horizon, Dragon's Dogma.
Scale, freeze, AoE. Alright, so the long leg. When you first see this guy in the story campaign, you might
see how many mobs there are. There's so many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So it's like 31 different mobs, and they're all fucking crazy, and they're all really good. They're all really fucking deep and like well designed, and they all have like attack patterns that are like really notable, and they do funny things. They blow up all the time. One of the funny things about the machines that I really loved about Horizon was that they all have these canisters of fuel. Machines need fuel. If you shoot the canister of fuel, the machine dies. It's hilarious. They just blow like some kind of bomb. And they embrace that a lot. They embrace it all throughout the game.
Hesitation, you might.
And I liked it. It's got that chaos feel of a good Fortnite fight. It didn't have the bad combat of a Dragon's Dogma Dark Arisen.
Think, holy shit, what is this thing? Yes, so I mean that's.
I can't believe you guys fucked me on Dragon's Dogma 2 and locked up my money for like 5 motherfucking days or whatever. What is that? What is that, motherfucker? What is that? I have to check the funds on my card now because I'm gonna have to do budgeting and transferring and shit like that. And
you also have a power cell at the back, just like the scrapper.
Yeah, I don't know if I have the money to buy Horizon Forbidden West. We're gonna see.
EMP.
I'll have to do a transfer, I think. Oh, damn it. God damn it. That was all of my money.
And you release that sonic boom.
So anyways, I don't want the screen. I want the combat. There.
I like to notch. Oops, that's.
Yeah, notch 3 arrows and stuff.
I like to notch 3 arrows onto my bow, onto a high impact bow. so that I can go.
Do you see how he's talking about the tactical stuff? Because you die. It's not an easy game. You fucking die if you don't do the work of trying to suppress them in interesting elemental ways like Genshin Impact and stuff. And if you don't shoot that ice canister on the back of the mob's back and get him frozen up there, he comes and joins the fight, and he's the one that's going to charge in and one shot you because he's got these flames on the he's got engines that blow flame out the back of his ass, and it causes him to fucking supercharge forward. So if you don't get him frozen and dealt with over there in the corner before you have to deal with the ones that you already have, they all converge, and then it becomes triple the problem, and on extreme they win.
Right for the concussion sack.
So yeah, you see it. You can slow down. It had wonderful bullet time. I'm talking like every time you jump, you get bullet time, which was so good. That's the innovation stuff that Dragon's Dogma 2 did not appear to evidence to have. I'm sure they polish it, and I'm sure it's great, but it didn't have innovate. It didn't have innovation. I see a carbon copy of their first game, and I'm sorry, I'm not looking for carbon copies anymore. You guys have been fucking us with carbon copies too much. Now, Forbidden West is a carbon copy, but it's still an entirely different era, entirely different layout, entirely different world, entirely different mobs, entirely different story, entirely different stuff. It's not the same though. It's not. It's like getting thrown into Fortnite or Rust or something, or like an extraction game. You got to get out. You got to get to the bonfire. And so, you know, it plays a little bit more like Extraction, which is what I'm looking for. Dragon's Dogma does too, but I mean, I don't think yeah.
Let's get this in the belly, and that's all 3 hit there. And that's it right off, and it's below half health now, so that's a pretty efficient way of taking these guys out straight off the bat. And then of course I can then go for the power cell, but I missed that. But you see he's already halfway filled towards becoming stunned. If I hit him with one more electric arrow, then he is immobilized and he's stunned, and I can go in for a silent strike to more or less finish him off. Okay, he's still not there, but I'm just gonna finish him off there.
Yeah, combat's so good. It plays like Fortnite. It was so fun. So yeah, you guys get the idea now. So let's go look at the sequel now on the PC.
Monitors we've ever tested, with incredible motion clarity, 1000
yeah,
nits
looks good.
HDR highlights,
looks good to me.
OLED burn-in protection, AI features, and genuinely game-changing performance. Check the video description below to learn more, and for UK viewers, enter to win an MSI MPG 271
MSI OLED.
QRX 360Hz QD OLED.
I would like a monitor, sure. But I'm not going to answer your thing. Look how good that looks. This looks so much better than Dragon's Dogma. They actually care. Look how good that looks. I actually am excited. There, see? Fucking beautiful game like Skyrim or something. It's... yeah.
With Horizon Forbidden West coming to PC, I was curious to see how it would fare. And
they tried to do the Rust waves and they failed, and it's funny that Rust did better waves than they did.
And look in comparison to the console version. And I was accordingly excited when Guerrilla Games and Nixies offered us a preview before release to see what they've been up to. So in today's video, covering that preview before Horizon.
I'm going to pause, guys, while you guys look at this beautiful scene they got going here of the swimming and stuff. It looks awesome. And go get some ice. I'll be right back. Oh, I have to make a phone call, which I totally spaced. Hi. You told me to come get dinner today, and I let the time get away from me. And I'm wondering if I should make a meal, or if you want me to come get it. Okay, you don't mind, because I can just wait if you're, come tomorrow. Okay, I will be up in just a little bit. Should I bring a bowl or what? 2 cleans. Okay, sounds good. See you. So my family has chipped in and made dinner for me today. Some kind of beef stroganoff noodles or something. Keto noodles. So, unfortunately, I've got to pause the stream here to go do that. I'm going to pause my video right here. I'm going to pause this video. There we go. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Done eating and back in it.
Even better image quality, NVIDIA DLAA is available.
Ooh, DLAA.
Graphical options. While the full range of graphical options haven't yet been outlined, the developer has confirmed that you can adjust the level of detail, texture quality, shadows, water, terrain, and even change the field of view, motion blur, and film grain, all with sliders. There are other effects like lens flare, bloom, vignette, and radial blur to turn on and off for your preferences. Playtime. Considering how much larger it is in scale and the amount of content compared to Horizon Zero Dawn, it's probably no surprise that Forbidden West will take about 90 hours for completionists on average,
90
per
hours.
HowLongToBeat.com. If you're only interested in the story, it's about 28 hours, which goes up to 63 hours or so with side quests. Burning Shores on its own adds another 7 hours or so of story content, and coupled with everything else, it can take 16 to 17 hours of a completionist run. Overall, Complete Edition offers.
I don't think I want to buy these single player games. I want MMOs. It's like I look at them and I'm like, yeah, I could kick that game's ass. Yeah, I could kick that game's ass on Extreme. I've done it before. I've done it, you know. But I mean, I'm just like wailing on him. I better bar Era. He's gonna Aragot 2 here, and it's gonna hurt so bad. Yeah. Come on, go. I don't want the pet to die. What level is this motherfucker? Is he 62? Why am I doing no damage to him then? He's like a level lower than me. I'm like not hurting him. Oh no. I best run. I'm gonna run. Let the tiger hold him while I run. I don't want to do the run again. And I don't want to de-level. I really don't. I had no idea. Like, I don't know. That thing, yeah, that thing is no joke. I can't pull that. It was bullet sponge. Can't even kill it with a Kraken Club. And it's like, ugh. Okay, let's go see.
Over 100 hours of gameplay, and that's not bad, especially for $59.99. Hey, did you know that we at Gaming Bolt upload new videos every day? Stick around, drop a like, subscribe, and hit that bell. And let us know what kind of content you'd like to see in the future with a comment below.
I want to see a review finally of Horizon Forbidden West. PC review. Digital Foundry. See, skill up is slipping. Let's sort by view count. What? Man, she is cute. That's the Horizon. That's Aloy. That's the voice of Aloy. Wow. Let's sit down before I die here. Yup. See how technical this game can be? I love it. It's such a great little combat game. Ooh. Ooh. He's on Extreme too. Look. This game fucking hauls on Extreme, see? I love this game. Like, frankly, Dragon's Dogma pales in comparison. I hate to say it, but it does. $18.83. He's gonna get him too. Yep, kill him. Good job. Fuck yeah, when you play too much of this game. I get it. I played too much of the first one, yep. Star Wars Jedi Survivor. Max level, destroying all bosses. Grandmaster, no damage. No thank you. I don't know why you got that good at that game, but okay. Mel's Hole. They dropped the camera in Mel's Hole. What was captured? Shocked the whole world. The fuck are you talking about? Why Horizon Zero Dawn is now more relevant than ever. Sure.
Hey fellow gamers, Chatty Sisa here. It is
Thank
now
you,
at the
Chatty
end of
Sisa.
February 2024. 7 years since the game Horizon Zero Dawn has
She's a
been
Horizon
the first time
fiend.
released.
That's funny.
It is a
I'm kind of a
single-player,
Horizon fiend.
open-world, third-person action RPG, and the first part of a plot was auction. The reason now game fresh in your story is so complex, detailed, and well thought out that it's hard to summarize in just one review all of the aspects of it. Therefore, I definitely suggest to play it on your own. Last but not least, the main storyline is a stark reminder where unchecked robotics and AI can lead to, and I believe it's now even more relevant to the world we live in than it was 7 years ago at the time of its initial release. Fair warning,
We need to be careful.
this review contains minor spoilers. The game's developer, Guerrilla Games, is a Dutch company with its seat in Amsterdam, founded in 2000 as a merger of 3 small independent studios.
Dutch company, huh?
It belongs
I didn't know
now
that.
since the end of 2005 to Sony Entertainment, but still retains a high level of independence. The game was announced in 2015 and then released the first time on PlayStation 4 in February 2017. The only available DLC, Frozen Wilds, in
So good.
November of the same year. And the reason I'm mentioning all this is to reiterate that even smaller, less-known studios can produce high-quality games, given enough time and free space to develop something new, captivating and exciting. Horizon Zero Dawn received overwhelmingly positive reviews, and due to its success, it was released also on PC during August 2020. It has an interesting main protagonist, side characters with understandable and believable life stories and motivations, a new concept of combining a sort of fantasy features and sci-fi
Yeah,
in the
it was
most
really good.
unusual way, and a very
loved
well-written
it.
story which
Yeah.
truly stands out from other games in the last couple of years.
Yep.
The story is the strong point of the game, and the
Combat
more it
is the
unfolds
strong
over
point.
the course of the playthrough, the more you realize how much thought went into every minute detail of it. It takes place in the 31st century on a post-apocalyptic world, about 1,000 years after the original human civilization has ended. Uncovering the reasons for its demise and how it's all connected to the problems the people are facing now during the main protagonist's lifetime is the main storyline. You're playing as Aloy, a young woman from the Nora tribe. This information is already an indicator that humanity has been set back in its civilization development by many centuries. People live again in smaller tribes with relatively primitive housing, tools and weaponry. Yet they are surrounded by sophisticated machines which they hunt down for their components and materials. But these machines are becoming increasingly more and more dangerous and often attack humans.
I don't need Forbidden West, not at this price, I don't think. It's unfortunate, I'm just gonna wait. Yeah, yeah. You are not doing anything, and I would like you to do something. God damn it. You, do something. What's your deal? Go. World of RuneScape. What the fuck? World of RuneScape. What?
Here on the login screen, I got some here. Each one of these skills like this, the woodcutting and mining, you are going to need to have your axe kind of in your main hand for it to work.
Why can't fucking Blizzard do this? Why is he doing that? Why can't Blizzard do this?
See, I'm just using this animation. I gotta tweak it up just a little bit. So
Why couldn't Blizzard give us fucking wood shopping and let us sell wood stuff and all this?
stop looping.
Oh my god.
And these skills work as they would in RuneScape. The higher level you are, the more likely you are, the faster you are to acquire the logs, the ore, and so to speak. Now for woodcutting, ignore these, I was just testing something. Now for the woodcutting, I've added all of the members' trees in kind of random locations. I had to do this for fletching, as I do have fletching.
Why aren't you clicking? I need you to click. I need you to act like I'm actually clicking you. What the fuck's your problem?
More likely you are.
Let's
the
go.
faster you are
Click, damn
to
it.
acquire.
Fuck's your problem? Elden Ring D-Make. Wow. What? Man, I haven't seen Asmongold in a while. Yeah, he's getting just as much. That's funny. Sure.
You know, every once in a while...
Thank you, Rocket Slot, for the excellent content for my stream. I'd like to sub to your channel.
bad game releases, and you know, that's fine. But then there are games that have larger implications than just the actual game that makes the fan base kind of wonder, you know, would things have been better if this game was just never made, period? And those are the types of games we're looking for in today's video. And boy oh boy, are some of these games just kind of wild situations. Anthem is a really interesting game. It's really not that often where a game with this massive of a budget, this much hype behind it, and just the amount of marketing and promotion that EA did with Anthem leading up into its actual release, just for the game to essentially become abandonware, we can tell that the planning stages of Anthem were incredibly ambitious. But with that ambition probably came a really, really big price tag for EA. I mean, AAA games are not cheap to make by any means, and you can't help but to wonder how many resources were allocated to putting together a game like Anthem that would end up coming shy of the potential that was the original vision of the game. Anthem's an interesting case here because the groundwork and the foundation of the game were pretty solid, just the game needed one more final stretch of development, which it never got, which begs the question, if you're not going to see a
what happened there? What was that? You killed the entire fucking
Your skill
window.
has
Are you
increased.
serious? You fucking stupid piece of shit operating system. I was like on the Final Fantasy client and it just full-blown closed the video. I'm not even on the same fucking window and it's just like, wow. Fucking fail. Get good at Windows, Windows.
a vision through and through, like what EA ended up doing with Anthem. Is there any point of even making it? Anthem ended up losing a player base substantially quicker than any other game like it. And for a while, EA even greenlit a smaller team to work on a bigger project for the future of Anthem, to revitalize it, to turn the game around, and then that got canceled too. Remember, there was a lot of hype around Anthem, and at the end of the day, everyone just ended up being disappointed. Everyone wanted a good game, and just Anthem wasn't that. We even went back and tried Anthem again and forced ourselves to sit down, play it for a week, and it was kind of sad to see how much potential that game had, like just conceptually speaking, but also how little content there was in the actual game. There's no surprise the game fell off as fast as it did. You just have to wonder, where could that money that was spent on Anthem have gone to? Where could that time where all these developers were really working hard to try to make something big have been better allocated to? Who knows? Maybe we would have actually had a good Mass Effect game in recent years, but it just goes to show you, if you're not going to do the whole job correctly, maybe you shouldn't do the job at all. I think ultimately EA didn't want to see this game through. They pushed the game out before it was ready, and the end result is this like weird game that almost was there, but just wasn't. You know, Mass Effect Andromeda is an interesting case because, yeah, Mass Effect Andromeda really was not that good of a game when it released, and even more so, fans were really upset with the game when it released. Now, ultimately, it's just like a subpar game, but I think the reason that so many of us would agree that Mass Effect Andromeda would have just been better off not ever existing is because not only did this fourth entry in the series kind of become the laughingstock of the entire franchise, but also kind of ruined the legacy that the original trilogy had managed to create. And now moving forward, even though there is supposed
I've always known BioWare sucked, and I used to tell my friends when I was like 17, BioWare sucks. I've always known. I've been dealing with BioWare all my fucking life. Not a good company. Dragon Age was a bad ripoff of D&D. They're the hack company. They had all these crazy production values. I would say if I thought that one of those games was good, it would be Dragon's Age Origins. But even I think Mass Effect 2 was okay. But I didn't like the combat in it, and I didn't like the mobs, and I didn't like the fucking stupid followers, you know?
In the works. If that game ends up being amazing, we'll always look back at the timeline of Mass Effect games and be like, you were good, you were pretty amazing, you were a good send out, and you.
Ever since Metal Gear Survive release, I kind of had this feeling that this whole game just existed to kind of stick it to Kojima, who had a falling out with Konami shortly before this. Cause I mean, how else do you explain a franchise that was all about espionage and spies and like military and political fiction and stuff like that, randomly make a crafting game with zombies in it? And I mean, obviously this game was awful. There was no point for this to exist. Why did they make this? And it seems like ever since Metal Gear Survive, they're very hesitant to do any new Metal Gear
skill
games.
has
I know there's
increased.
the remasters and stuff, but I don't think we'll ever see Metal Gear 6. And I think we could have probably been fine with ending it on Metal Gear 5 instead of getting Metal Gear Survive as the last new Metal Gear game to release.
Okay, we don't need to spend too much time talking about some of the very obvious games that need to make it onto this list after their releases in 2023. I mean, there was that very awful Gollum game that was a mess. I don't think anybody's like, yes, this game needed to come out. This game needed to exist. Where would we be without Gollum? But there were other games that were heavily criticized in 2023, like The Walking Dead Destinies, which was an interesting concept, just really poorly executed. It's like they almost had a really good idea, except they just didn't actually like flesh it out, and then also they released the game like maybe 10 years too late. There was Skull Island King Kong, and honestly, what is this game even? I don't even know where to begin here. What am I looking at? And then randomly there was an Avatar The Last Airbender game called Quest for Balance, and this one was a surprise release. I wasn't expecting this one to come out, and once again it wasn't that good of a game. Also, why do they call it Quest for Balance? Did Superman 4 The Quest for Peace not teach anyone anything? What's really interesting though is that King Kong, The Walking Dead Destinies, and this Avatar game were actually all published by the same exact publisher, Game Mill Entertainment. The same people who did that Big Rigs racing game that everybody knows is like one of the worst games to ever be made. But where did they come from? I feel like we were finally getting out of an era where like these really obvious crappy cash grab games weren't as commonplace, like people could see through them, and then all of a sudden, bam, 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 they just drop out of nowhere, and like people don't even know what to
The
think
Walking
about them.
Dead
It's a new release,
destinies.
Cool, but why?
Why?
Just what's going on?
Yo, did you think we like bad games, or you think we like bad games, or
trilogy, if you will, known as
we don't.
the Thief games. I think some of you already know where this is going.
Oh,
and these
I
games
do.
were pretty cool.
Oh,
They're
yeah.
like first
No, they
person
weren't.
stealth action games. They had
No,
an
they
interesting
weren't.
universe built around it.
They
and
sucked.
the game was pretty innovative, being one of the first
The
games
shadows
to really
were
utilize
good.
the ideas of like visual components or sound elements to
Yeah.
be a mechanic of the game.
No,
and
Thief
how
was
stealthy
good, but I
your
mean,
character
it-
is.
it
but
was
over time, the Thief series would go
Thief, you know,
dormant,
it was
and the
what
ownership
Thief was.
of
It was just
who owned
Thief.
the rights to the
It wasn't a
game
good
would
game,
kind
it
of
wasn't a
shift
bad game.
around the industry a
It was
bit
just
until
Thief,
finally
you know,
Square
it's-
Enix ended up picking up the rights.
It
to
wasn't
Thief
memorable.
games. In 2009, they announced Thief 4 was in
It
development.
was
While
memorable
this
for a
game would take
while, but
to
it wasn't
cook up,
like
it
this
finally
really good
released
game.
in
you know?
2014. This was
I
actually
never
a
heard
really
anybody
big
say
release
Thief
at
is
its
super
time,
good.
because this was right after the at the time new generation of consoles had released with the Xbox One and PlayStation 4. And in February of 2014, there hadn't been that many big releases since the holiday season for the launch title. So this was like a big game coming out. In
I
a
swear to
time where-
God, you know what I think happens is I think some of these nerds are so desperate to get hired by their favorite company that they like break the game that they like the most and on a PC, and they like hack it and rewire it and rebuild it, and they redo some of the mechanics, and they send like a demo to the developer. And I think the developer is tricked by this idea that just maybe their fucking game could be this good, that his little decisions to balance and fix all the problem quality of life and all this, that maybe like a slide, if you could force a slide, it would be really good in it or whatever. And oh no, that's not good. All right, well,
Your skill has increased.
kill the scorpion. I better run the moonlight already. Or starlight or whatever. Yep. Alright, you, I need you on this other one.
Your skill has increased.
where there was kind of nothing else coming out. So more attention was put on this game, which was supposed to be a big AAA game. It was supposed to be a revitalization of a once beloved series with a good reputation. And you know what? People were kind of feeling for a cool next-gen game that had elements that kind of felt maybe like Skyrim or like Dishonored put together. And this game maybe matched that bill a bit with the trailers.
And so anyways, I'm convinced that nerds like crack the game and they mod it and they change it and they like mess around with some builds and do like a new level, and they send in like a demo CD of like, hey, I messed with your game and I try to fix it and try to show you how good a sequel could be with just what you currently have. And the developer pops it in and they're like, oh wow, this is my game, but it's, you know, it's got something different or whatever. And they're like enchanted by this, and they're like, oh my god, I want a Thief 4. I didn't know what was possible till somebody showed me what was possible with the last Thief engine I did. I swear to God, that's why a lot of this stuff happens. That's my theory. And they get caught up with the fans being like, I want a sequel, sending letters and emails like, I want a sequel, make a sequel now. And like even maybe going so far as to like modding the game and sending a copy of it, that kind of thing. And so the developer begins to believe that there's this huge demand for that fucking game, which is, I mean, when is there ever huge demand for a fucking game? Like, I guess like maybe Dark Souls, you know.
Your skill has increased.
Baldur's Gate 3 caught a lot of hype this year. I want a Claw Cyclone.
Your skill has increased.
How much damage did he do? He didn't get anybody. You need to fix Claw Cyclone. It doesn't work at all. Fucking annoying. I should run. Oh, cool. I have even more aggro. How much aggro can we get? Let's just get the entire room. Yeah, alright. Well. Go. Heal. Oh, good. I got it. Now, I need you to get on, like, the...
Your skill has increased.
The cockatrice, and then I want you to ready a roar, which will come up in not enough time. Please don't die.
Your skill has increased.
Please don't die. Please get on this Reaper. Get on this Reaper. For some reason the robber is like dead. He was killing the robber, I guess. So that's good. I mean, one's down. We might live if I don't get like AoE'd or by a bomb or something dumb. And the tiger might die, but I have another summon. Yeah, then give me Starlight. And run the cure. I should get out of the bomb. It's just coming. I know it is. It's coming. Fuck it. I know that bomb's coming, like, right now. Yep. Yep. Oh, no, there was a poison god. Never mind. But I didn't catch the poison god, which is good. I've got to get this Paralina off me. Okay, good. And now, yeah, he's holding up. He's killing the Reaper. Good, good, good. Get a Claw Cyclone or whatever. Yeah, yeah. Kill this thing. Oh, damn it. I wasted it. Go, go. Get on the cockatrice, and I'll summon another one. I don't know how I lived, but I lived. I got the entire fucking room. I know how. It's the Kraken Club. I kick it in heels when I shouldn't have. Ah, get out the kitty. Get the kitty out. Don't get any more hate than you already have. Disengage, disengage. Well, no, yeah, actually, I want to run this Starlight. Yeah, run the Starlight. Yep, yep. And then go, go. Heal, heal. Go, go, go. I'm gonna familiar this fucking, this tiger. Yep, and now get off it. I deserve a rest. I'm just gonna go take it. I don't care. I killed this entire fucking room. I can't believe I won this. It was like 5 level 52s. That's insane. That's just whatever. I don't know why the pop aggro link was so bad in this particular game, but it was.
To some extent. They did eventually drop the 4 from the name, making this a reboot to the Thief series, which was even more exciting. And after all of that, the game finally released and was meh. It wasn't a complete and total disaster, but it definitely wasn't anything exceptional. But the story was all over the
This is the problem. Somebody somewhere started telling everybody the Thief was good at like GameStop or something like that, because it was kind of a dark game. It was like a kind of an interesting game in terms of its like morality and stuff. It was a very criminal game, sort of. You like play this criminal thief assassin that's robbing houses and assassinating people. And it was a dark game, and it got a good reputation because of that. But I wouldn't say any of them were ever that good. They were like the crappier versions of Half-Life 1 without even guns. And then they came along, they made another game called Hitman. That game was never really that good either. And everybody said it was. Everybody kept saying, Hitman's super fucking good. And The Driver's super fucking good. And, all these bad games is super fucking good. Thief is super fucking good because it's this obscure PC game that nobody plays, and it's dark and has a cool logo on the cover. So everyone is always like, Thief is cool, Thief is cool. Thief was not that cool. It had a lot of innovations in it, and it was a good game. It got probably like an 80 or a 90, I would say. Great game when it came out. But it kind of went down from there. But that name somehow, because it was a cult hit, for some reason people believed that it was just going to continue to be good. And I believe this is what happened to Hitman. I think that's what happened to Yakuza. I think it's what happened to Sleeping Dogs. There's all these fucking crappy AA fucking like franchises that had all these good names before. So they just capitalize that and they make another copy of their already existing game. And then they shit on their license, which honestly they probably could have sold to Embracer. They didn't know Embracer was coming. They should have maybe waited. You could probably see that sort of thing coming. Sooner or later, there was going to be a big buyout of everybody in the fucking industry. And the video game industry is so money-based and corrupt. And like you could just see it was going to be like a big buyout sooner or later. Somebody was going to be Embracer sooner or later. It was going to be Sony or Nintendo or Xbox or Embracer, somebody really big. And so Embracer shows up in whatever it was. Like I think the first hints I ever remember hearing of Embracer was like at the end of 2020 or something like that. And by 2022, we knew what their fucking battle plan on the street was, which is to buy every crappy game that there is, try to save the license somehow by cash grabbing another iteration of the game, or remastering it. One of the two. Remastering it, or just making another iteration of the game that you didn't expect coming, like Conker's Bad Fur Day 2, or, just for like 20 years later, or Skill Up's always begging for stupid-ass Legacy of Kain. And I like Legacy of Kain, but that's a base-ass game in 2024. I'm sorry. They want to go back to 2004 all the time. It makes me so sick all the time. They're like, go back to 2004. I'm like, nah, motherfucker, Thief was not good. Thief wasn't good. Battlefront wasn't that good. It was a very innovative, wonderful game, and when it played well, it was an amazing game. But it wasn't like this thing that we needed a remaster of. I would say a lot of these were not things that we need a remaster of. I'm excited for Horizon because that's not a remaster, that's a port, and it's a good port. The company that handles the port is actually the best company in the fucking industry for ports, as I remember. That's what he was talking about. Forget their name. I think they did the Demon Souls port, if I remember. And so they're good at this, and I trust them with the product and all this. I come from the drug scene where it's really fucking easy for me to back out of a fucking deal, or if I don't feel right, or if I don't like what I'm fucking getting, or any of that shit, you know what I'm saying? I'm not the fucking type of pussy to drink the milk if it goes sour, you know? And so, like, you know, and immediately I think about these, like, old copies of other games that they said were good because nobody had a PC back then, so nobody knew if Thief was good. If you wanted to play Thief, when it was current, I was, like, 17. So if you wanted to play Thief, mommy had to buy you like a Pentium 2, which was like, you know, $700 or something. Really kind of crazy. It's not a, you know, maybe you did have a computer for school. You probably did. You probably played games with it. So maybe you did get Thief. Maybe you got a torrent of Thief or something, or Kazaa of Thief. And you're playing Thief, and it's good, and you realize that it is an okay game for its time. It had good innovations in it. It was good for a stealth game, whatever. You know, it's not bad. It was good. But then by the fourth one, you're like, why did you cash grab what little bit of esteem that you had, which wasn't really much? Because some of us remember that nobody played Thief. Nobody played PC games at all in that era. Not really. There was a bunch of hundreds of thousands of dedicated PC players in the world, but they were all my age. They were like fucking 31 to 41, and they had money because they had jobs and stuff. I know my friend's uncle was one of them. He was a wonderful man. And he would sit and play RTSs all day long. You could hear him, like, not all day long, but like on a Sunday, he loved it. He would like get high with us. But I mean, we were older. We were like 17. He would smoke weed with us because he was a hippie. He really didn't believe in not smoking weed. He told us, he was like, all your parents and all your friends are really going to hate me for smoking weed with you guys. And I need you to not tell them. And we were like, and he was like, I need you to hold up your hand and promise me that you won't fucking like sink my life and get me fired and destroy this house and put your lead guitarist on the street. My friend, who was his nephew, was he was a ward for my friend, and because his parents, you know, were fucked up. And so, and we were like, yeah, no problem, man. We'll shake your hand, D. And, you know, we shook his hand. We were like, we promise we will never. And then we turned around and we looked at him. He was like, you have to promise not to ever tell the parents about us. And he was like, I won't. I want you guys to be in here or getting high and drinking or whatever you're going to fucking do as young punker teenagers that are obsessed with alcohol and marijuana anyways. He knew what was going to happen. He had been through it in the 70s. He knew we were going to smoke weed and drink. It was just going to fucking happen. It would have been like trying to stop the rain or something. And sex too. I mean, some of us were sexually active. Some of us weren't. I was. But I mean, we all knew it was just an inevitable amount of fucking time. All of us had been laid by the age of 21. And like, it was just weird. Like and so like we're smoking weed with him and he's sitting there. He has us come upstairs and he's playing a video game. And I'm like, what are you playing, D? And he's like, oh, you know, Red Alert. And I'm like, Red Alert? And that's a great game. I love Command & Conquer. Got it on the PlayStation 1 and downstairs and shit, you know? And he's like, yeah. Like, you know, I was like, I got a binder. I've got that game on PlayStation. He was like, you like Command & Conquer? And I was like, yeah, man. I played Command & Conquer 1 for like 4 years when I was a depressed 12-year-old.
Your skill has increased.
Because my parents divorced. And I was like, Command & Conquer got me through my parents' divorce. And he loved that story. And I never forget it. And he was like, well, here, watch me play Command & Conquer Red Alert. And he was so good at it. He was way better than anybody I'd ever seen do an RTS. He was so good. He was like clicks per minute guy, and he was like going all over the screen like a StarCraft player. But we were 17, motherfucker. This was 24 years ago. You know, StarCraft was StarCraft 1 was out, but I mean, StarCraft 2 was a distant glimmer on the fucking horizon. It wasn't there. It wasn't a reality, you know. And and so he, you know, and he was so awesome. And we had several parents in our crew that were kind of like that. Like my mom was like that. She was like, look, I understand that you guys are going to get high and drink. It's just going to fucking happen. I bust him for it all the time. And she was, oh my God, you killed me. He fucking suicided me as the motherfucking cock fucking aggroed. How did this happen? 524 bomb toss. What the fuck is that? This thing is fucking 13 levels lower than me, and it crits me for fucking 78% of my bar or something like that. That's not Final Fantasy, I don't think. Not really. I don't remember bomb tosses from mobs being like 20 levels lower to do like sickle slash levels of Alpha Strike, but whatever. I didn't de-level, and that's what matters. I'm exactly where I was 4 hours ago, but I have more loot now, and the money is something that I need that will improve my situation. I can't get XP. It's so fucking slow to kill anything. It's so slow. It's like 10 minutes a mob or something like that. I've never understood it. I mean, I've never thought it was very okay, you know? I've never really thought it was very morally okay. How much these mobs are bullet sponge.
The map layout wasn't really all that great, and while there were some cool things like the stealth gameplay itself, which is a good mechanic to have, some of the aesthetics and the atmosphere...
Well, I went for a long time. I felt like I killed like 25 or 30 mobs there. I really felt like I did, which would have been like 3,000 XP, but no, I'm right exactly where I started. Like, I thought it was 3,000 when I got 3,000. I was up at 6, and I would drop down to like, 3,500 or something like that, but I'm lower than when I started, and that's weird because I just did kill, like, you can see it, I just killed a lot of fucking mobs. 1, 2, 3, 4. Like, I killed a lot of mobs here. 5. I mean, they're not paying, but I mean, yeah. Like, fucking, come on, man. Like I killed, like, goddamn 12 or 13 mobs at 70 to 100 a pop. I mean, do the math on that. That's at least 2,000 or 3,000 XP, but I'm lower than when I started. That makes no sense. Like, god damn it. It's like Blizzard math in fucking Overwatch competitive.
That bad, but ultimately in a game like this you would expect to have a freedom of choices on how to approach something, much like what the Dishonored game series was known for, and it just seems like with each level in the game you're almost forced into a set path or a direction.
Why did all those fucking mobs pop? Why couldn't I get the fucking tiger up? Like, I mean, why did they kill the tiger so fast? Why was the bomb toss 550? It makes no fucking sense. We're like 14 levels higher than this shit. It really shouldn't be this challenging thing that's like fucking bomb toss critting me for 600. Some of the balance is fucked up. Wings, this was way, way better on Wings. Way, way better. Like, way, way better. I know I just did this grind in the last 18 months on Wings. I did this exact grind, and it was a lot fucking better than this at 63. A lot better. So, whatever. They weren't being bullets. I mean, they were bullet sponges, but they weren't like this, where it's like, I don't know. Like, I feel like these things are doing too much. I mean, I guess it's my gear. Must be my gear. I don't know. But, I mean, like, I don't know. Also, just the aggro is off the fucking hook. I don't think on Wings I had this kind of aggro. It really didn't feel like that. Like, I don't know.
Wants you to play out a level a certain way. That's fine for, painting a...
Yeah, I don't remember dying a lot when I was leveling in, I didn't. I died like twice when I was leveling from 60 to 75 in this zone. I did 60 to 75 on Wings. I got some parties, but I mean, I did most of 60 to 75 in this zone that I just died in. And I remember dying twice. Not this, I died 7 times in the last goddamn 2 hours or something like that. It wasn't like this. It was much more pleasant.
Specific experience every once in a while.
And I have a Kraken club this time. The last server I had crappy level 40 axes. Something's wrong with the balance a little bit.
That feels like the whole gameplay.
The levels are off. Like, I don't know. Let's go look okay, so this thing is level 49. Is that right? It must be. It must be right. Goblin Trader in FFXI, and I want the all. Yeah, and in this particular zone, they are 46 to 49. Yeah, but that is literally 17 levels lower, and it's hitting me for 600 fucking damage. 600 damage, and it's 17 levels lower. I don't believe Final Fantasy was ever like that, though. I don't think. Not 17 levels lower. Not these huge alpha strikes for fucking 600. No. I don't think so. It was slow. Just as slow as this. But it wasn't like big damage like that. It was never big damage like that. If they're 20 levels lower than you, It's never big damage like, oh, why did this mob 17 levels lower crit me for 550? I mean, I guess it's RNG. I mean, whatever. But it doesn't seem right. It doesn't seem like an experience I ever had on retail. I'm sorry, and this happens to me a lot. I don't remember stuff like this. I mean, maybe I just don't have the memory for it, but I don't remember mobs being 20 levels lower, fucking critting me for, 7/10 of my bar. I don't think I remember being able to run around with 15 of them and take no damage, But they are EP, so they're going to do some damage. I don't know why an EP would hit me for 600 damage. That's not right. That's not right. That's not right.
This agency to feel like you're able to interact with the game in your own way. And sure, I think some people enjoyed this game when it first released as like a time-killing game. Not necessarily like the best game of all time, but it was something kind of neat for the people who did pick it up. But big picture, the damage that this reboot did for the franchise that was finally making a comeback after all these years, like a 10-year break, for it not to stick the landing, it essentially doomed this franchise to be forgotten about just as quickly as people
It was never
remember.
that good.
Originally, during the development stage, there were all these plans for future titles, and they built out this world internally that they would...
The only reason that they wanted to do so much grace to Thief, and I would say this is in his comments section, but I don't want to type, right? But the only reason that they made like why Eidos was shopping Thief and all that is they all knew that the stealth shadow mechanics that they all later abused for like Tenchu and Metal Gear Solid and all that, they just shamelessly ripped it off the second they saw it in Thief, and Thief was the first person game. So then all of those companies that ripped off Thief, they were all third person titles, like Metal Gear Solid and Tenchu. They were all third person titles for some reason, and they were famous for it. They were in the third person title like revolution. Metal Gear Solid was like the lead title in that whole mess of like games that were really bragging to be like 3D, and so the industry went back between 2004 and 2014, and they never forgot what Thief did for the industry, because like without them we wouldn't have creeping around in Fortnite trying to kill somebody in a corner. We wouldn't have had Rainbow Six Siege. We wouldn't have had a lot of elements of Elder Scrolls. We wouldn't have had a lot of Tenchu-esque stealth games like Tenchu or Styx Master of Shadows, or Ninja, some of those Ninja games like Ninja Gaiden and Ninja Shinobi, or not the Ninja games, but a lot of other games that had stealth, right? And so they never really... One of the things about the industry that I fundamentally believe is when you give the other developers like something that they want to pay homage to, that they want to steal for their game to try and make their money and feed their family and stuff, I would say that they're not that... The industry is not that known for getting really innovative titles and trying to go back and recatch the lightning in a bottle of whatever people remembered. And for some reason, people remember Thief. And I don't know why they remember Thief, but they did remember Thief. And it wasn't a good game. It wasn't a very popular game, but but people knew about it. It had a name. And so now, and now I would say around 2014, they were looking back in their grave, back to their cradle, and back to in their graves where they started or whatever, going back to games that they had done previously and that were slightly successful to middling successful on the PC or PlayStation or something like that, like about 5 or 10 years before. And so these developers, they're all white hats, all of them. They're white hat people that went the legitimate route, that never probably stole anything in their life. They're not, they're software people that went to legit schools and paid for everything that they bought, and they're nerdy, and maybe they have a few risque things, but mostly, they're just nerds. And so those guys don't want to forget about Thief. So they shop Thief 2, Thief 3, Thief 4. Eidos Montreal comes sniffing around because they all remember what that shadow revolution of sneaking around in the shadows in Thief did for the industry, even though Thief itself wasn't that good of a game. Another good game like this is Crazy Taxi. Without Crazy Taxi, I don't think Grand Theft Auto 5 would have been what it was. Because Grand Theft Auto was fun. It was really fun. 1, 2, and 3 were all really, really fun. But until they had done Crazy Taxi on the Dreamcast, I don't think Rockstar had a concept of how really beautiful Grand Theft Auto could look. Because when you look at Grand Theft Auto 3 compared to Crazy Taxi on the Dreamcast, one is like this beautiful game with bright color. They're both beautiful games with bright colors generally, unless it's nighttime. And Crazy Taxi is always bright and always during the day. And when the Rockstar people saw what Crazy Taxi could do, I think they went on to make San Andreas and Grand Theft Auto 5, trying to pay homage to the graphics that Crazy Taxi had. Now, Crazy Taxi is a bona fide fucking good game. It's a bop. It's really good. It's a racing game based around this concept of switching your gear to reverse and then grinding your gears to burn a corner like Tokyo Drift, and then but you're like also pumping the e-brakes. So because it's this crazy clunky shitty taxi that's impossible to control most of the time. It operates like a boat because they couldn't get good graphics in the engine that they got good graphics, but they couldn't the controls were good, but they didn't want the controls to be good. The whole concept was that it was a taxi and it sucked. It was a piece of shit, you know. It was one of those old clunky yellow taxis. And so the industry doesn't want to forget about Thief. They never will either. It's kind of funny, like those guys. They go home at night after they talk to their investors, and they're sipping wine in their kitchen, and they're thinking about some nerd that they talked to at some con like 2 years ago or 5 years ago that happened to be one of the developers on Thief, and they recall Thief, and they remember that they had stole the shadows in Thief. For their game, Tenshu or something like that. And so that developer never forgets that Thief gave him something that allowed him to put bread on his table. And so they don't let some of these companies just totally dissolve and disappear. It happens all the time with things that people absolutely love. Now, some of these games aren't technically very good, but I mean, they were big splashes in the pond, whether they were good or not. And that's another weird thing about video games is sometimes bad games can just like take off like Icarus and fly in the fucking sky. A good example of that to me would be Call of Duty. The most generic piece of shit shooter. The only thing Call of Duty has ever bragged about that I really want to give them the fucking credit for, because they're the most generic goddamn shooter I can think of. There's nothing unique about it at all, except for the frame rate and the rate of fire on those weapons are close to real life, and they have been since the 360 era. And so Call of Duty is selling a vibe of crispiness, you know, that gun fires when you press that trigger. It's not, there's no input lag in Call of Duty, really. It's like instant. It's like as low as shooters get, really. And Call of Duty has always provided that. We've always respected them for it, and they did well with that. And so we don't want to let them go. We don't want them to die, but I wouldn't say they were particularly a good shooter company. I wouldn't say Call of Duty was amazing shooters, except for their multiplayer on, you know, Advanced Warfare and stuff like that, when they changed the world on 360 and all this, and they made monumental games. They absolutely did. But I still wouldn't say Call of Duty was ever that good. But we don't want Call of Duty to die. We don't want Redfall to die. We want Redfall to die, but we don't want Arcane to die because they give us Prey. We don't want what's another good cult classic? We don't want Remedy to die because they gave us bullet time. And when you think about how many games use bullet time now, nobody wants Remedy to die. They gave us Max Payne. That's the first bullet time we ever had. And it was so genre innovative and so fucking good and so addictive and such a fun game. It's still a fun game, Max Payne. It's a really fun shooter. It genuinely is. It's like still a genuinely good third-person shooter like Fortnite. It plays like Fortnite. You can dive and roll and parkour, slow down time and bullet time and all that. And so we don't want Remedy to die. And then not only did they give us bullet time with what's it called? with Max Payne, they also genre busted with Alan Wake. So we'll buy Alan Wake 2, even though we know that Remedy is like 60 years old now, and all the Dynamite fucking developers that made that Dynamite in the bottle that made Max Payne 1 and Max Payne 2 and Max Payne 3 so good, and what made, you know, fucking Alan Wake 1. So they cash grab kind of Alan Wake 2 a little bit. I would say they probably delivered, but I mean, it's still to me sort of cash grab, because I don't think anybody was looking for an Alan Wake game 13 years later. I don't think so. Not really. I mean, it was on the people's radar, and we love Remedy, and we love Alan Wake, and we love everything they ever did. So, but Remedy has been struggling, and they're foreign, and they're, you know, they're kind of cliquey, and they're like kind of a smaller company, and they're very, very genius, and they're very, very what's the word, special and unique in the respect that, like, they don't go about things normally. They're looking for something that breaks the genre and changes games, and they usually provide. So we love them. They also did Control, which I still haven't played yet, and I've heard, you know, Control just hit on Xbox Game Pass, which made me think that I might want to sub again, because I wouldn't mind trying out Control, because I believe in Remedy, but I don't think Remedy's been making good games for 7 years. I believe in Arcane, but I don't think Arcane's been making good games for 7 years. I believe in Bethesda, but I don't think Bethesda's been making games since Fallout 76 in 2017. That's 7 years. I think all of these companies are all 60 years old now, and they just don't have it. They're like Joe Biden. They're not that old yet, but they're not looking like young, spry, 18 to 24-year-old hungry developers that are hanging out with the next new, MIDI virtuoso, the next new Nobuo in their Japanese like coder development scene and all that stuff. These guys are sitting in their McMansions out there in the fucking Irvine Hills and stuff, or out there in Britain or in Sweden like Remedy, and they're living in that house. You know, remember that house from the movie The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo? That house that the guy lives in that's really nice on the hill in the small town and stuff. That's where those developers live, probably. I would say some place like that, kind of a small town thing, or maybe they live in a big city. I don't know. They're coders. They might live in a big city. I don't know, but
your skill has increased.
Like, those people are very unique. They don't come from big city. They're smaller. They're smaller town. They're into the same stuff that we're into, and they're aware of the same media that we're aware of. But they're not, they're not normally. How I look at them is how I look at Swedish punk or Swedish metal. Swedish punk and Swedish metal is goddamn fucking good. Some of my favorite bands are Swedish punk and Swedish metal. Millencolin, motherfucking Blood Command. There's so many good Swedish fucking bands out there, and they kick ass. There's so many good ones. And we know about the Swedens. They're a little eccentric was the word I was hunting for earlier. So the reason that Thief 4 gets to be made is we remember that Thief 1 put a lot of bread on a lot of developers' tables, And I think I should be talking about the scene a lot, because I was there for a lot of this stuff. I remember Thief 1, I remember Thief 2, I remember Thief 3, I remember the hype. I remember that none of them really knew what the game was. I remember that they hyped it and made it a cult classic when I was like, this game fucking sucks compared to even Half-Life. Half-Life had sneaking around too, but it was actually good, And so I was like, why would this game that's inferior to Half-Life have the sort of weird clout that it does, and that served to make 3 more sequels that I would say were entirely worthless and just shouldn't have been made, which is the subject of the video that we're watching, is maybe you just shouldn't bother making the game then, if it's not going to be like the next best thing, maybe you just shouldn't fucking bother then, if because we didn't need Thief 2 or Thief 3 or Thief 4. I don't feel we needed Max Payne 3. I don't feel we needed Alan Wake 2. I don't think we needed Baldur's Gate 3. I think we needed a DOS 3 when Baldur's Gate 3 hit. I don't think we needed they tried to redo Dark Alliance. They definitely shouldn't have done that. I don't think they should have done that Gollum game. That Redfall was a goddamn fucking disaster. Starfield was a disaster, and you're like, why would you go out of your way? You know that they're playing the game a couple of days before launch, and they fire it up on their 4090 dual rated or whatever, or their industry computer that's got the even better, like, you know, fucking cards all dual rated on a crazy fucking, you know, server array and all this is giving them like 8 times the bandwidth that the average like public gamer has and all this. And so they have these machines that run the games, and they have no idea what it's like for us to try and run those games. They have industry computers that have 8x the fucking power most of the time because they're actually developing, you know? And so, and they spend the big bucks on the big computers, and they get the big developers to come in and sit at the big boy table with the big boy computer that's worth like $12,000 or some shit, or $24,000, some shit, and like industry computer. And like, you know, and that's cool, but I don't know. It's just, I think the reoccurring theme with the modern cash grabs of games that we don't need is they almost always just take whatever the game's image was, represent it in the exact same thing that it was before with a little bit upgraded graphics, and they fuck a whole bunch of people out of their money. And they cannibalize their own corpse, and they use whatever reputation they've got left, and they make a stinker. Now, I wouldn't say Alan Wake 2 was a stinker, but I haven't played it, and I suspect that sort of makes it a stinker. I think they fucked up on an Epic release. I think when I played it on GOG, it was really bad frame rate, and I had terrible NPC bugs that were a known issue. And I was like, the Remedy that I knew my entire fucking life, and I mean this, the Remedy that I knew from my entire fucking life would have died before they would have ever let a title like that go to market with any problems like that. All of their titles are completely flawless. You can't make them bug out. You can't, you know, Alan Wake was a technically perfect game. There was nothing you can do to mess it up. That you could probably glitch it out and go to places you're not supposed to go. But the engine for Alan Wake 1 is actually really fucking good. It's like really good. But that engine for Alan Wake 2 was not good. Not good at all. It played sloggy like Starfield. The DLSS was not really there. And that's not the Remedy that I know. And I think it's because they're all 60-year-old people who didn't bring in 30-year-olds to take over their jobs, at least not ones that can actually manage to do it. I don't think they're of the same caliber. So these they do bring in 30-year-olds, but these 30-year-olds can't code these games like they could for some reason. I don't know what it is. So, and they should have thought about this. They should have thought about how bad it is for Capcom if they release a game at 36 frames per second. Look at what that did to Starfield. Look at what that did to fucking to Star Wars Jedi Survivor. I didn't play that fucking burnt dumpster fire. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm sure it's a good game, but at launch it was a dumpster fire. I bought that motherfucker. It was a dumpster fire, and I've been embarrassed on my stream like 4 times this year and asked for refunds. They said they fixed Cyberpunk. They didn't fix Cyberpunk. It runs better, but they didn't even fix it. It's not an entertaining game. It's not really. That combat's not that good. It's not that good. And so, and that was the start of it too, Cyberpunk. And so why would you go and cannibalize your corpse to sell your reputation to a modern buyer? Lie to us about like what you're actually providing us, like Capcom's doing with Dragon's Dogma 2. And then, you know, and then be like, why won't you buy my game? Oh, we're closing and firing everybody now. We're firing and laying off everybody now. And we're stealing the breast milk and we're toxic now because you hate us. And yeah, we do. We kind of hate you. You triple anus up the place. And then you burn like third parties that are really good, and you don't give them the opportunities that they need to save the fucking the genres or innovations that you guys don't seem to have the balls to make anymore. Like do you understand how big of an innovation Remedy had with bullet time? So many games use bullet time now. So many professional games, like big live services games, use bullet time live and in real time now and stuff. That's how what's that dinosaur game that keeps coming up today? The other Capcom game, right? The Capcom likes bullet time, and so Like, Bullet Time put so many meals and so many dollars in so many different developers' pockets that, you know, and that's all I'm trying to say. And then, so that's the other problem with the modern gaming, and one of the reasons why we keep asking, why I don't need this, why are you making this? I don't need this. I didn't need Starfield. Why are you making this? And like, so, you know, so where I'm going with this is like, if they have foreseen this coming, this lack of originality in 2020s, which I feel like that's kind of their job to understand that's coming. Like, and the cash grab nature of all these remasters and goddamn disaster ports and all these other fucking weird cash grab things and fucking monetization and all this shitty shit and all these DLCs and everything and all these skins is it's like all that money, you take all that money, but you don't provide the product that we need in return. Almost never. I felt like, okay, in the last 3 years, the titles that I bought that I thought lived up to the money that I spent were Elden Ring, I think Mortal 2 is worth it now that they did DLSS 5 years later or whatever the fuck it is. But I don't regret. I really think that my Mortal 2 purchase was actually solid now that the DLSS and the optimization is fixed, right? I do think it's solid. So yeah, so I think Mortal 2 was a solid purchase. I think New World was a solid purchase. I got so much value out of it. I think I bought New World on pre-order for $29, I think it was, or $39 at the most. It was not full price, and I have gotten goddamn 1,300 hours out of it for $40. You know, this is one of the best values in fucking gaming, whether you like the game or not. It just is. It's true. And so I like the New World. I like the fucking. There's not many. I like the Elden Ring. I beat it 1.5 times. And I liked Fortnite, but I mean, Fortnite came around in 2017. But I mean, yes, I would say Fortnite was one of them that really did live up to all that hype and what really was worth all the money and really is saving the industry and still innovating and not trying to cash grab. Like they cash grab, but they don't do it without supplying pretty much exactly what you paid in return. Like, it's such a good experience for free. It's always for free. Fortnite is like the most incredible free experience there is, and I would say that, you know, and so Fortnite lived up to it, but I didn't buy Fortnite, right? I'm talking about single player games that I bought in the last 5 years that are on my drive because they're still installed, that I really, really liked. Outward wasn't it. I realized right away that New World is superior, and I keep looking for New World clones and I can't get them. Rust was a good game that came out in the last 5. Well, no, Rust has been out for a long time. I'm talking about new games, right? Like new AAA single player titles. There is nothing on this list that I kept. Valheim was good. I did play it for 70 hours, but that's still not that good for me. That's not that good for me. 70 hours is not that good for me. I tried with Valheim. I just couldn't do it. But it is a good game. I don't regret it. It's really fucking good. Deep Rock Galactic, I love it. Don't regret it. Don't regret it at all. Valheim and anything Coffee Stain does is godly. I fucking love Coffee Stain Publishing. They're fucking amazing. Valheim. Up here we've got Deep Rock Galactic, and I've got a bunch of hours in that, I think, or not a bunch, but a few hours in Deep Rock Galactic. I think I've got like 25 hours or something, which is a lot for a shooter. Yeah, and that's it. Single player games that came out in the last 5 years that I don't regret purchasing, right? Caves of Cud. This one came out. I don't know when this game came out, but it was like, yeah, I don't know when this was released, but Caves of Cud, I don't regret. I think it's one of the greatest games ever made. Disco Elysium. Disco Elysium is the best game made in the last 50 years. And Elden Ring. I don't regret 76. I'm very, 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 very happy with it. And that's it. So you got to remember, that's like on one hand, I can count on one hand how many single player games that I actually kept or actually keep on my drive or actually play or actually don't regret buying. And you know, Remnant's on this list. I do regret Remnant, and it's not because I think Remnant's a bad game. I think Remnant's actually one of the best games on this whole entire list, but I just can't bring myself to play it. It's a Souls-like, and it eats your time, and it's disrespectful, title and it takes your souls and it's, and it's, I mean, it's not disrespectful, but it's lost. It's kind of disrespectful, and it's a triple anus chugger that is not optimized. It does not play that well in the background, and all these other problems. And, and so there should be, I would say there should be about 15 titles on this list. There is only 5. I really regret Enshrouded now. And that's annoying because I put 20 hours in that and I was like, I really see something in Enshrouded because I thought the concept might be good. Almost like Bullet Time when it first hit, right? Give us a big fucking fog like Helldivers. Well, you know what I thought Enshrouded was? Helldivers. But with RPG stuff. It wasn't. It was a crappy Souls-like builder that was boring. And I couldn't play it past 25 hours. That sucked. So games that I bought single player that were expensive, that I bought new, that I don't regret. There's less than 5. It's like 4. It's Elden Ring, Disco Elysium. Mortal, New World, 5. I'm at 5 right now. Valheim and Deep Rock Galactic, 7 games. There should have been double that. There should have been 15 or something like that. Now there's some games I haven't gotten around to, like Ghost of Tsushima. I have played it, but only on the PSN store. There's some stuff I haven't gotten around to, but overall, like right now it's a sale. Let's go to the sale. Let's go to the featured, and we'll see what they're trying to sell me in the real world. And I'm like, no. Absolutely fuck no. I want this game, but not at that price. It's a single player game. No, no, no. This is a very good game, but it's not my game. I don't need another Souls-like. I have New World. I'm looking for live service. I don't think Lies of P is it. No, no. This is probably a good game, but no. No. Fuck no. Fuck no. Fuck no. Fuck no. Fuck no. Fuck no. No. Fuck no. Fuck no. Fuck no. No. Fuck no. Fuck no. No. Yes, I like Forza. No. 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 I played almost all these games. This is a good game, but not my game. This is a good game, but not my game. And honestly, I wouldn't mind buying City Skyline. Look at how expensive it is for one thing. This might be kind of fun to watch a city grow on my stream. Raise a city from the ground up and transform it into a thriving metropolis with the most realistic city builder ever. But I don't want realistic. That sounds time consuming. But I mean, what else is it? It's a consuming sim. I don't like sim. And look, it's got an entirely mostly negative. I thought this game was supposed to be good. Whatever. Yeah, now we're done. We're done with that list. Top 100 games played on the Steam Deck, right? Let's take a look at this. Yes. No. No. Yes, but not now. Yes. No. No. Yes, but not now. Yes, I bought Stardew Valley. I didn't play it. RDR2 is great. Yes. Hades is a no. I don't need another goddamn isometric game. I don't want one. I don't want this piece of shit isometric. I don't want isometric in 2024. I don't want it anymore. I know. Let those retro boys play their retro games. I'm not a hater, but it's not for me. Not for me at all. Slay the Spire is one of the greatest games released in the last 5 years. Slay the Spire is great. I wish I could buy it, but I don't have $8. Well, I mean, I do, but I don't have it in the budget in my account right now. So I have to do a transfer before I can do any of this. I'm sure Cult of the Lamb is good, but it's isometric, so no. Dead Cells, I don't need a platformer in 2024. No. 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 Yes. No. No. Yes. No. 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 Yes. No, yes. That was a really one of the best games. Horizon's one of those 7. Horizon goes right on the list to make it 8. Horizon's one of those games, and it's here, and I don't regret buying it, and it's really fucking amazing. Halls of Torment. I don't know anything about this, but it's isometric, so no. It's a bullet hell. Nope. Lord Deliver Me from 1985 and Smash TV. Bullet hells were never good. They're good in arcade with 4 people. Helldivers 2, no. Grand Theft Auto 4, yes. Man, that's cheap. But it won't play. It won't play. God of War, I don't think so, no. No. Yes. But I mean, this isn't new. And I don't know why it's not new. It should be new. All of these should be new. Here's an isometric Deep Rock game, which is just goddamn unfortunate. I don't care. It's a Deep Rock bullet hell, and I'm not interested. I don't want isometric in 2024. Why did you waste your time on this? I wish you would just make Deep Rock better. Why did you waste your time on this? I don't need that. I don't need that. I'm sure this is a good game. I played the first one, loved it. Yep, Terraria's definitely a good game. Valheim is good. But I mean, we're down at the dregs here. We've gone through 75 fucking games and we've caught like maybe 8. And that's what I'm trying to get at here. They should just stop trying and just really try to make it so fun that it just sells itself. I mean, that's what real video game design is. Anything less than that, and you get all of these mixed, you know. A lot of these are overwhelmingly positive because everybody bought Steam Decks and stuff, but some of these aren't. Like Diablo 4 is mixed, you know. There's like a lot of mixed stuff here. Whatever.
Get to explore in the future, but with this game not really doing all that well review-wise, it got quite a few mediocre scores. I think this ended up damning the franchise altogether. We can't help but to wonder if this game had never come out, if there was a fresh attempt to capitalize on bringing back an old franchise again that hadn't been done before. Thief would be a great candidate for a game studio to try to bring back, but nowadays, trying to bring Thief back with the reputation that 2014 ended up causing, it just seems unlikely. A lot of people now remember the last Thief reboot, and it still might be another.
They rebooted PS Squaresoft and Eidos. Like Eidos hasn't been good since Tomb Raider 2. Like they really haven't. They did like 8 bad Tomb Raider games or something like that. But they came shopping around places like Square Enix trying to be a publisher scumbag, and they were publisher scumbags. You want to know how I know? Here's Eidos selling out to Square Enix to publish a crappy Thief remake for PS4. Like, we need that one game that just was the influence on everybody, but wasn't memorable in any way or form. No, we didn't need this. But, I mean, they really want to keep Thief alive, I guess.
Mouths.
You know, it probably would have been better for the Diablo
Why?
franchise.
Do you really need Diablo Immortal? Do you really need Thief? Do you really need it? Do you really need that to be produced? Did we ask for it? Did you think that it was going to be popular? I think you kind of still deluded yourself with that. I don't think a Thief 5, when the first Thief 2, Thief 3, Thief 4 all had like 1,000 sales. I don't think we needed a Thief 5, but there you are in 2018, Eidos and Square selling their publisher souls to make Thief remake, which sucked dick. And I mean, didn't you learn your lesson from Thief 2, Thief 3, and Thief 4 when no one bought any of those? That you can't sell a Thief game anymore. So why we don't need this? And why did you think we did that we did? You know, we didn't tell you we needed this. Nobody said remake Thief. I've never met anybody say that.
Diablo Immortal never existed. Because we've talked about this very recently.
It's weird because I remember these nerds back in the day who were like, Thief is so good. And I'm like, no, it's just violent. You know what was really good? Soldier of Fortune 2. Now, there was the most extremely gore-based game I've ever played. You can sever every limb, every digit, every fucking... It had the best hitboxes I've ever played in a shooter. And if you shot a guy, his head would just fucking erase, you know? It was the most horrifically violent game I've ever played. And I loved it to death. The only other one I can think of as bad as that one, Soldier of Fortune 2, was State of Emergency on the PlayStation, which is Rockstar's mass killer game, where they just let you go in a mall and you've got to murder 500 people in 90 seconds. or they let you loose in like the harbor, you know, at the pier with a flamethrower, or they let you loose at the, you know, at the baseball game with a shovel, you know, and you're just to kill, you know, as many people with flamethrowers and grenade launchers and, you know, fucking like really fucked up weapons like, you know, noob cannons and all that. And I loved these wanton violence games, but I mean, that doesn't mean we should go back and make a Soldier of Fortune 3. That doesn't mean that we should go back and make a State of Emergency 2. Those games were frankly horrible. They were fucking horrible. They weren't horrible, but they just weren't. They were like subpar. They were average at best.
But this was one of the
They weren't memorable. The only memorable thing was, I gotta say, Soldier of Fortune opened up my eyes as to what we could get in terms of violence. Like, you could watch a hole form in the guy's forehead and shit. It was so good for its time. You could, like, take his knee out from under him, and he's on the floor, screaming, and holding his other leg, and reaching for his gun, and there's all this blood just fountaining out of the fucking, you know, the carotid artery or whatever that is. And I don't think it's the carotid, it's the, you know, the hamstring artery or whatever that is, and like fucking yeah, and that game was glorious. It was so violent, but I don't think we needed a fucking Soldier of Fortune 4. Or, you know, I love those games. I did. I remember them vividly. Or State of Emergency. We don't need them. I don't know why you thought we did. I don't know what in our countenance or what we watch on YouTube or what we play or the numbers in the scene. I don't believe there is any evidence for these Eidos piece of shit publisher developers who haven't made a good game since the PlayStation 1 era to just ride 7 titles across like 5 different consoles to, like, you know, just keep cash grabbing and just keep pushing that fucking IP into the ground. Now, there's an important side to Tomb Raider because it's female power and women gamers need to be represented. And I would say Tomb Raider is like the #1 female video game superstar of all time, short of Samus Aran or like Zelda or Peach or one of those. So, you know, we need this game. We needed Tomb Raider. We needed 7 of them. We needed it. We did. But they didn't make them particularly good. There was a good one on the 360, the 3rd, 4th, or 5th was still Revelations or something was still remotely good. But I mean, those weren't good games since Tomb Raider 2. And Eidos lost their fucking zest for gaming, like making games, and went publishing just like Squaresoft did. And that's a tragic thing. I mean, they're all 60 now, so can you blame them? But I mean, that doesn't mean that you should sell us, you know, Thief 2, Thief 3, Thief 4, Serious Sam 7. I mean, I really don't think you should make these games, maybe. I think it's actually, like, maybe bad for the industry. Nobody buys them. Everybody talks shit. You think we're toxic. We think you're toxic. It's a bad time for everybody. And we're like, fuck you for trying to rip us off. And you're like, you guys are fickle. What the fuck's wrong with you? You wanted this. You asked for it. No, we didn't. No, we didn't.
Ever. I don't think I heard a single good thing about Diablo Immortal.
I did not ask you for Diablo Immortal. I have never, ever in my life had the thought, oh boy, it would be so cool if Diablo was on my cell phone. I've just never had that fucking thought. Just, nope. Nope. I just don't think so. I'm like, no. I just never, ever would have put Diablo on the fucking cell phone. That's just not happening. Nope. And so, yeah, why did you cash grab Diablo and drive it into the fucking ground? Why did you cash grab Thief and drive it into the fucking ground? Why did you cash grab, I mean, there's so many games like this. It's hard for me to just bring them all up and summon them out of my ass like that. But I mean, why do you do this stuff?
Any sense? And I mean, Blizzard as
I liked this video. He helped me provide a lot of good content. He asked good questions and he brought up really good games that helped me remember what they've been doing for a long time, which is cash grabbing their own fucking corpse and then selling their reputation wholesale, piecemeal, right the fuck back to us again or whatever. Hey, you remember us from a long time ago? Yeah, well, we got this gacha game now and these loot boxes, you know? And it's like, I don't know. I don't need a gotcha Diablo. I don't need a gotcha Diablo. I don't need a Diablo on the cell phone. If I'm playing video games on the cell phone, it's gonna be like a card game or a word game or I don't know, maybe like Peter Jackson's Sorcery 3 or something like that. That's like basically a text adventure. It's not gonna be fucking Diablo on my cell phone. If I have the time to play Diablo on my cell phone, I better be working a pretty good job or something like that, and I'm stuck on a commuter or plane or something like that. I just can't see. I was a taxi driver, and I gotta say that Hearthstone got me through a lot of lonely, cold nights where I wanted to get off shift. I've been on for 14 hours, and I wanted to go home, but I knew that if I stayed at the fucking Pepsi Center, I was liable to make another $80 and catch the $350 daily quota to meet all of my mileage and all of my gas and all of my, my car usage and all of my insurance and all the stuff that's required to keep a car running on the road. And so I'm like, fuck, I want to go home. And so I'm playing Hearthstone at 4:50 in the morning, trying to catch an airport ride or something like that. Hearthstone was good for that. I don't think Diablo is. Hearthstone was nice and peaceful, and it was very slow in nature, and it had like a nice 30-second, 45-second pause, so you could do a cell phone thing or go alt-tab to your fucking Facebook and stalk your ex or something, right? And like... So that was a good era of cell phone games. I never needed, never wanted, and I really don't like Blizzard for releasing Diablo Immortal. Fuck Diablo Immortal. I'm gonna go back to it. I lost the video. I'm terribly sorry. It constantly closes videos on me. I don't know why. I don't click them. I don't touch them. I don't do anything to cause them problem to shut like this. But goddamn Chrome and goddamn Windows are so fucking incompetent that they shut Windows on other screens that you're not even using. I don't understand it. It's like, what happened to you? It's the same thing. They're all 60. They're all software developers. They're all sitting and watching, Henry Sugar on Netflix right now and cradling their their gelatos and stuff. They're not developing games in a hungry fucking coder's den. They're sitting there in their house in the hills and they don't give two shits about whether Diablo Immortal sells or not. They don't care. They don't give two shits about that. They're just cash grabbing their corpse, So that's where we fall on that. I gotta reload this video that stupid ass incompetent Microsoft closed when I wasn't even on the same monitor. And hold on. Why does the link just continue on for 40 minutes? Fucking piece of shit developers. I swear to God. Just here's the next link, here's the next link, here's the next link. 5 mobs later, still linking, can't get through the fight. Link, 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 link. Hey, remember the link. Don't forget the link. Link, 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 link. Pop aggro, link. Link, link, link. Pop aggro. Link, link, link. It's been 7 mobs in a row now. Link, 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 link. Really good mechanic. Totally should stay in the game. Totally shouldn't have been edited out. Really great mechanic. Yeah, pop aggro and link. Yeah, great. Totally good. Yeah, it's totally, necessary and should be there. Yeah. Link, link, link. All day long. Link, link, link. Good or bad. Doesn't matter. Link, link, link. Gotta remember, pop aggro. Link, link, link. In every single game that you play. Pop, pop, aggro. Pop, pop, pop. Pop, pop, pop. Pop, pop, pop. Pop aggro. Link. Oh, don't forget. Pop aggro. Link. Again, pop aggro. Link. All day. Every single day. Pop aggro. Link. Pop aggro. Link. I don't know. Hey, pop aggro, link. You know what I'm saying? Great. Pop aggro, link. Thanks. I wasn't even near you. Not even close. Pop aggro, link. Thanks. Yeah, I mean, this wasn't pop aggro, link, but I wasn't near this mob. Not at all. Oh my God. You are ranging me and I'm dead again. I can't believe you. Why is this thing on me? I was like 60 yums away from it. God fucking damn it. Go, bitch. Go. Go! Why didn't you Divine Seal? Let's go! Divine Seal. Divine Seal. Divine Seal. Jesus. Goddamn clunky 2003 pop aggro linky fucking dinosaur game. Ugh. Hey, more pop aggro link. 8 mobs in a row now. Going for 9. Pop aggro link. Gotta remember the pop aggro link. All day long. Pop aggro link. Remember, pop aggro link. Pop aggro and link. Don't forget about the link. Hey, that other game you're playing, you pop aggroed and linked. You linked it, you popped aggroed. You pop aggro and link over and over again. Pop aggro today 40,000 times. Pop aggro and link. You don't think it might be a problem? Yeah, that's not a problem. It's totally fine. Pop aggro and link again. More pop aggro and link. Don't forget about the pop aggro and link. You know what I'm saying? All day long, every MMORPG that ever existed. Pop aggro and link. You're standing there. Pop aggro, link. Pop aggro, link. Don't forget the link. Pop aggro to the link. You know, and I'm sorry, but that's what it's like. That is what it's like dealing with your games all day. Pop aggro, link. Don't forget the link. 9th mob in a row now. Pop aggro, link. You know, it's like, motherfucker, man. Did you play your own game? You obviously didn't. Pop aggro, link. Don't forget the link. Pop aggro, link. You know, and it's like, man, like, come on, man. I get it. Pop aggro, link. You know, like, I get it. You know what I'm saying? I get it. You just keep doing it to me over and over again. Pop aggro, link. I get it. Pop aggro, link. Did it ever teach me a lesson? Did it ever have a point? Was it ever logical? Did it ever have a purpose? Pop aggro, link. No, now let's see who pop aggro and link me next. Who pop aggro next? Oh no, we got the whole room now. Nice. Whole fucking room. That all are like 50, 60 yums way the fuck over there. Got all 5 of those mobs. All 5 of these mobs that are 60 yums away and shit. And I'm just standing right here by the pool. Just minding my own business, trying to kill 1 mob and 16 fucking aggro pop link. Pop aggro link. Pop aggro link. Pop aggro link. And it's like, motherfucker, like, I don't know. No. Wasn't necessary, shouldn't have been there. Big fuck up. It's why the game maybe doesn't have a remaster yet. Fuck ups like that. Pop aggro, link. Don't forget about the pop aggro and the link. Hey, you're going to link this scorpion. Don't forget about the link. Link every fight. Link every single fight. Pop aggro, link. You know, and I could call it back, but I mean, that would be... I could call it back. I could call the cat back, and I could be like, yeah, I don't want to pop aggro and link that goddamn fucking scorpion, right? But now I am copium. I'm literally copium. I am copium with their bad design by calling the cat back, and I'm failing. I am literally failing this little war that I'm in with them. If I have to call back and make some kind of goddamn change or loss of time because of their piece of shit pop aggro link like mechanic all the time, they're just winning another time sink war that's just as bad as pop aggro and link. So do you lose the time addressing the pop aggro and link, or do you just fight the pop aggro and link? Because you're losing time either way. It's pop aggro and link or avoiding pop aggro and link. It's a time loss either way. It's a garbage mechanic. Garbage. And they frankly edited it out of the MMORPG scene. It's not there. I mean, it's there in New World for some reason. But it's not really there in 14. And it's not really there in ESO. I mean, it sort of is, but not really. If you pull like that, if you pull the whole room, yeah. But no, Pop Aggro and Link aren't really notoriously fucking stupidly bad on most MMORPGs. You know, but it is kind of bad. It's bad in New World. It's bad in this. It's bad in WoW. It's... In hardcore, it was just goddamn atrocious. Oh, hyperlink and pop aggro. Pop aggro and hyperlink. Pop aggro, hyperlink, hyperspawn, pop aggro, link. You're dead in hardcore 17 times. Pop aggro, link, pop aggro, link, pop aggro, link, pop aggro, link, pop aggro, link. It's just over and over again all day long, every day for 30 years. It's like, right? I mean, I'm sorry, but it's the most repetitive thing I've ever seen I've ever witnessed in my entire life. And it needs to stop. The pop aggro and the link. It's just all day, every day. Pop aggro and link. This game, EvE. It doesn't matter. Pop aggro and link. Every game I play. And yeah, and I don't like fucking getting stuck on that fucking loop, but they're stuck on the loop. They're stuck on the loop. They can't get it out of their games. I'm stuck on their loop that they haven't changed in 30 years. Pop aggro and link. Pop aggro and link. Yeah, that's not good game mechanics. That's you sucking dick as a developer and not getting spawns correct. It is. I don't care what anybody says. I mean, that's what it is. So I'm sorry, I'm gonna get off this now. I'm getting off Pop Aggro and Link. It's been 13,000 times today or something like that. It really is, because I've called it out every single time it happened. Pop Aggro and Link, I call it out every single time. What is it, 60, 70 times an hour? And we're up at somewhere like 1,300 or something like that. I mean, come on, man. You don't think Pop Aggro and Link might be a fucking problem? You really want to listen to me talk about this for 2 solid fucking years and tell me that Pop Aggro and Link isn't a problem? You really think it's not? Do you really think it's not? Because it's like, Jesus, that's kind of cringe. It kind of is. It's a little like cringe to believe that this much Pop Aggro and Link is actually acceptable. It's not. It's not. Especially when the second mob basically one-shots you. Why is that okay? It's never been okay. It shouldn't ever happen again. Get it out of here. And I'm done. So sorry about the Pop Aggro and Link, but I have to hear about it all day. I have to fucking witness it. I have to be tortured by it all day, so I figure I'll do it to you until they fix it. I'm going to torture you guys. Pop Aggro and Link. Pop Aggro and Link. Don't forget about the Link. I'm going to pull this mob, and trust me, the Scorpion's going to Link. It's just like, come on, man. Like, I don't know. And it's not just this. It's like every other fucking game. It's you got to get it gone. And I got to get off the loop. I'm sorry. Ugh. Keep getting stuck in that fucking loop where I'm like, Pop Aggro again. Pop Aggro again. Pop Aggro again. And it affects my sanity. I end up in a goddamn straitjacket. I've been to the fucking madhouse. I've been to the madhouse. I have it. I have that craziness. Like the Pop Aggro and the Link. Yeah, now I'm straight out of the goddamn madhouse. Only been about a year and 10 months. No, it's been long. It's been longer than that now. It's been about 2 years and 7, 8 months, something like that, since I was in the madhouse. And yeah, I really can't deal with Pop Aggro and Link all my goddamn life. Don't have the faculties to actually deal with that kind of repetition of failure and straight up assholishness and incompetence. Can't deal with the broken loop all of my life. Can't actually do it. I've been bitching about Pop Aggro and Link for so fucking long. Long before I was a streamer. 15, 20 years before I was a streamer, I would go on rants like this. Pop Aggro and Link, Pop Aggro and Link. Where do you think I get it from? I've been doing it for 30 years. Yeah, I think maybe.
Dragon's Dogma 2. After over a decade of waiting, this flawed masterpiece.
Wait, I wanted to hear the video that we were watching, but Windows can't seem to keep a window open. Why do these videos some of the most notorious and sad MMO tests? Bad games that made everything worse. Here we go.
Company isn't that popular anymore, and it kind of just fueled the fire for people to say, oh, they just make this uninspired slog now. Which, to be fair, they kind of do, but then again, maybe Diablo 4 would have been a little better received if Diablo Immortal didn't come
Pop
out
Aggro
and never
Link.
existed. Because I do think Diablo Immortal is probably the weakest Diablo game, even considering Diablo 4. And it just seemed like an uphill battle for Diablo 4. They had to climb out of the hole that Diablo Immortal created.
For a minute with the Fallout series, it was kind of cool how they were doing their releases. There would be the main Fallout game, like Fallout 3 would release. And then some crazy cool expansion would come out that just, turned things on its head. Like Fallout 3 Blood Dragon. That was such an incredible game. The soundtrack was
Fallout
a
3.
The story was like corny,
Blood
but
Dragon.
cool, and just that experience was really neat in itself. Then Far Cry 4 released, and that was its own
It was
brand
not
new Far
really
Cry
good.
adventure. And the following year, Far Cry Primal released, which was like
Far Cry 5, Far Cry 6,
4.
Far Cry
It reused the
fucking
same
Primal
world, but
Instincts,
changed
Far
everything to,
Cry
like, a
Primal.
prehistoric
How many Far Cries do we
atmosphere,
need?
and it did a lot of different things.
Pop Aggro,
and
Lincoln,
maybe
Far
this is where,
Cry.
like the shift in fan reaction started to set
Pop
in for the
Aggro,
Far Cry
Lincoln,
series.
Assassin's
Far Cry
Creed.
5 though was off to a brand new
Over and
setting
over again.
very
Don't forget
strong,
Assassin's Creed.
unique location for
Pop
a
Aggro,
game.
Link,
But by the
Assassin's
time
Creed,
Far
and Call of
Cry
Duty.
New Dawn released, I think fans were
With
starting
those.
to catch on what was happening here, and it was kind of exhausting. Far Cry New Dawn was like a DLC expansion of essentially Far Cry 5, except it was set like multiple decades in the future after like some explosion or something. And while they did some changes to try to keep the game relevant and different from the predecessor, it became very obvious that this was just a retooling of the assets that were already there in Far Cry 5 just to make a standalone DLC. Remember, this wasn't just like a little DLC add-on you got for Far Cry 5. This was sold as its own individual game. And just out of all of the games that had these like very blatant, gimmicky types of spin-off things, this one was the most offensive. I feel like.
Guys,
If we had to do
oh my
away with
god,
something in the
guys.
Far Cry series,
Guys. Pop Aggro, Link.
I think it's safe to just like pick Far Cry New Dawn for really just not doing anything too unique. I mean, they painted the grass. Okay, it's a different color. There's a different color aesthetic in the same world as before.
I wish I had a sense of humor about it. I don't.
Is that really that substantial?
I can't laugh about it. When I've been raped this bad by it all my life, no sense of humor, no
was kind of justified.
No regrets, no sympathy, nothing. You know, you've been hurt by it that bad for that long. You don't have any sympathy for the developers. Pop aggro link, don't forget. Don't forget. You know? And it's like a little child pulling on your fucking shirt for 30 fucking years, all day, every single fucking game I play. Pop aggro link, again. And you're like, oh man, if another motherfucker pop aggros and links me, I'm a Sokka developer. I want to make a channel on my stream called Sokka Developer, where I just make rants about how angry pop aggro, link, bullet sponge, and one shots and backfills make me. And then I'll just be like, pop aggro link, and I'll just sit there and I'll fucking make fun of developers. And I'll name the channel pop aggro and link. I'll name it Pop Aggro and Link, and I will too. I'll make a channel called Pop Aggro and Link, where I just make fun of piece of shit developers and threaten to sock them, laughingly threaten to sock them in the face all day for Pop Aggro and Link. Don't forget Pop Aggro and Link. You know, don't forget. You know, it's like constantly pulling on your shirt all day long, every day, every game. Pop aggro link, even Fortnite, even EvE. Pop aggro link. Hey, that guy pop aggroed. He just showed up in your personal space and he's shotgunning you. Pop aggro link. You know, the demons have appeared in your personal space. And it's like, yeah, after 30 years of it, 25 years of it, whatever, 25 years of it, I don't have a sense of humor or some kind of like way to just ignore it anymore. I feel like a fucking victim of abuse. Like 25 years of terrible abuse, developer abuse, and I just can't. I can't find common ground with it. I resent them, and I don't think I'm being hyperbolic. I don't think I'm beating a dead horse. I think it's actually they're beating 25 years of a pop aggro and link dead horse so much that it's okay for me to do it for a couple of months in 2024 till they stop doing it like that. Stop making it like that. Stop building the game like that, you asshole. Fucking asshole. I mean, see, I don't have a sense of humor about it. Fucking asshole. Stop making the games like that. Like, think about what you're doing to these kids. These kids, you know? Don't do this anymore. Don't pop aggro and link me all day long in every game I play anymore. Please don't do it.
It with the reason.
Oh my god, another wolf spawned on me, and now I lost an AK. Oh my god, I killed all three of them. I looted the shotgun, and a fucking pig spawned me. It did the last 2 damage. The gun's on the ground. There's a bear on the fucking grub that took your bombs. He pop aggroed and linked. Even in Rust. Just disgusting. Base development based. Totally based. And I know I'm getting on the goddamn spin again about it, so I'm just going to let it go. See, I can spin me up and you keep pop aggro link, and I don't know, man. It's just like, I gotta let it out. I've got to actually vent or I will lose my sanity. You understand? I don't do this because I like it. I do it because I have to. You pop aggro and link me for 25 years straight, and it drives me fucking crazy all day. And I would sock you in your fucking face if I ever saw you. You understand me? So it's like, yeah, so, and I say these things not because I'm trying to threaten you or terrorize anybody or instill fear in anybody. I'm not trying to threaten anyone. I'm really not. I'm saying that is the feelings that it engenders in me. It is this terrible, terrible feeling. Terrible feeling of pop aggro and link all the time. Now, why did we die instantly here? Oh, no, I didn't die. I did. It was lag, I guess. 317 cold breath. Nice. Well, I didn't de-level, and I'm exactly to the experience point of where I was 4 hours ago. Great. I killed 30 mobs, and I'm exactly to the experience point of where I was, and you can see Squaresoft engaging in Blizzard math back in 2003. Thanks. That's probably where Blizzard learned it, was the XP loss out of this game. This is how you lose points in competitive. We learned from Final Fantasy XI deaths. Kill 30 mobs, but die, equal. Get 2 losses, that's 5 wins. 2 losses equal 5 wins. Good Blizzard math. Good, yeah, anyways. You can see them just engaging in this time sink behavior way back in the dinosaur days like this. And then now they brought it forward. Anyways. You closed my video yet again. You closed my video yet again. I really wish Windows would stop closing the video while I am playing Final Fantasy XI. Let's go back to the YouTube and load the same video again. You closed my video again. Why did Windows close my video on the wrong screen again? You seem to have done it now 2-3 times in the last 20 minutes. Why? Why? Is it necessary, or why? I didn't touch the screen. I did not take my mouse off my main screen. Like, I know I didn't. So why did you fucking take me away from my fucking video? Why are you putting me through this terrible front end that it is not good? Why? I mean, I can't find my history or even get out of this. I'm going to go back to YouTube and try again. Gonna try and find history and surf your crappy front end that you don't know how to make front ends. Don't try. Coming to the history. There we go. Bad games that made everything worse. Let's try for the third time and see if Microsoft shuts my window again. Let's see. Is Microsoft going to shut the window? Let's take a $1 bet, guys. I'll give you $1 if Microsoft doesn't shut my window again. Okay?
There was gonna be a campaign and stuff, but now obviously they canceled.
I don't know why they're like this.
Weird, like,
and I'm telling you the truth. It's not like I'm making this up. It's just Microsoft is shutting my windows. Don't know why. I didn't touch them. They were full blown. I mean, you can't see it because I can't maximize. Well, I can. I had the video on my screen like this. Right on my secondary screen like this. I had the video like this. Now 3 times now I've had it like maximized, and I'm over here on Final Fantasy, and I look over and Windows has shut the fucking window again. It's just over and over and over again in the last 15 minutes. Why do you need to be like that? Why does Chrome need to be like that? Why are you shutting this window over and over again, Microsoft? It seems you seem to have a problem with doing Windows. And I can laugh about it and troll you every day, all day, fucking long, 50,000 times a day. Like that's like I like doing that. I don't. But or you could just actually get the window right. Get the window right and stop closing it on me.
Like reinventing
making it big again, and going back to Final Fantasy and not touching my second screen. And if you shut it on me again, I'm gonna fucking contact your fucking customer service.
Or even be called Overwatch 2. It is just the first game, and it's just a little
goddamn
bit different.
Failure, March of the
Bastards.
Bastards.
And I gotta say this as someone who
fucking
actually
Microsoft.
plays Overwatch, and me and Elijah both still play Overwatch. It was just such a weird thing for them to do.
Okay, so this video
it's such a weird thing for them to do.
Maybe opinionated than some of the other topics we look into. But what's really interesting about these type of topics is we're able to ask other people, get other opinions on games that they wish never existed, and we got some interesting feedback when we asked some of our friends. And while I don't necessarily
okay, let's walk 25 minutes to the camp again and die again and come exactly to the same XP I was, with just a little bit more loot. That's all. That's probably a pretty good plan for how design should work. Yeah. So let's go walk 25 minutes to the camp again, die again, and get the exact same XP I had. In the meantime, I've killed 75 mobs or something, but yet I'm exactly where I was. And you can see Blizzard math. Squaresoft invented it first in 2001 or whatever, 1998. Squaresoft was like, yeah, we're really gonna fuck them like Overwatch is gonna fuck players in competitive in 20 years. We're really gonna fuck them. We're gonna take 20 mobs every time they die. And the death only took 7 seconds, but the mobs take 10 minutes to kill each. So if you die in 7 seconds, you could lose 200 minutes. Isn't it awesome? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And if you die, you can lose 40% of your bar. 26 mobs at 10 minutes a pop. 260 minutes. Yeah! Deaths should be worth 260 minutes of your life. Losses in competitive should be worth 5 wins. Blizzard math and Final Fantasy failures all of our lives. 100 years of Rick and Morty. Never-ending Rick and Morty. Never-ending Pop Aggro and Link. Never-ending Pop Aggro and Link. Never-ending Blizzard math. 2001, Blizzard math, Final Fantasy XP. 2024, Blizzard math, Diablo Immortal.
With all of these sentiments, I do think that there is some value about this.
And I love trolling developers. It's so fun because everything I say is true. Woo!
Some of the points that were brought up. So just
hey, look at
quickly,
Windows
some
try
other
to
things that were
handle
mentioned
this
that
client from
weren't
25 years
necessarily,
ago.
like,
Good job, Windows.
100% agreed with.
Good job.
Were games like Dead Space 3, for example. This game was not as good as the first Dead Space game, that's for sure. Sacrificing its horror elements for more of a stereotypical big-budget action adventure type game was a huge loss for the series, because Dead Space had the reputation of being like an actual
the software you make is such a fucking clown car.
Game experience
clown
that was
shoes.
new and unlike anything. Dead Space 3 just tried to like shoehorn like Fast and Furious elements, it felt like at times, and of course you can't help but to wonder what a trilogy concluding game would have been if they really focused on capturing that horror element that the first game had, rather than the weird plot and story with the weird issues that Dead Space 3 had as its finale. I don't know if this game deserves to fully be on this list, because the game itself wasn't like totally awful. A lot of people did have fun with that game, so I don't want to like be like, man, this game needs to disappear forever, because I know people do
Dead
like
Space
that. But I understand
1 was
there, so it was worth mentioning.
average,
Saints Row games were
7.1.
periodically brought up. Saints Row 4 marked a big
So then
shift
we
in
got
the
Dead
series,
Space 2,
but in itself, the
Dead
story
Space
was
3, Dead Space Remaster. But I mean, 1 was an average game, and I didn't like 2 and 3. Why do we have a 4th one? Dead Space, Pop Aggro Link, and Dead Space. Don't forget about Assassin's Creed, number 27. Don't forget about Call of Duty, number 29.
Still Saints Row over the top.
We worked really hard on Call of Duty 29. And we need you to remember, I think it starts with a V. Vanguard, right? Yeah, Call of Duty 29. I mean that. I'm not joking. Call of Duty 29, you really wanted us to care about it. Why? Did Call of Duty 7 through 2026 not selling send you this virtue signal, or not virtue signal, but like to send you this signal to like keep making Call of Duties when Call of Duty 15 through Call of Duty 26 didn't sell? Did we really need 11 Halos? Or whatever it was, 7? Did we really need, you know, and it just goes on.
It was a decent superhero.
When the first one was, like, good. The second one was good. Third one was good. Oz was acceptable. But by odds and stuff, they were cash grabbing, and we all knew it. And it was expensive, and they were making this whole empire off forcing us to buy every single fucking Halo that came out. All of us, all four people in our crew would buy Halo 1, Halo 2, Halo 3, 4 copies, you know, Halo 4. And I'm like, cool, I like those games, and they were part of the you know, they were part of the roster back then. And I liked Halo with my friends. It was really good as a campaign shooter with 4 people. It was fucking amazing. You know, no problem with it at all. And by 3, I was like, yeah, this is the same game that 1 was. 2 has some extra weapons, maybe a couple of vehicles, you know. 3 was just 2, but with the new gen graphics. 4 was just 3, but without even any effort. 5 was a fucking joke. Oz was a cash grab, but it was a decent game. And I'm sorry, did we really need 9 Halos? Was 1 even good enough to warrant 8 more? How many Assassin's Creeds did we need? I'm sorry, but and it's just so annoying because people, they ask me, hey Kat, do you like Call of Duty? And I'm like, no. But I don't want to tell you that. Because 29 Call of Duty games were made, and chances are one of them affected you in a deep way. One of them. Of the 29 that they made. So, congratulations. What's the name of that company? Bungie, right? Oh, remember when they made Halo into an MMO and it failed horribly? And they had to, like, apologize for the first one. And now they're cash grabbing the second one. And it costs more money to buy the DLC for Destiny 2 than it does to, like... I mean, I like to get if you're a new player, you have to shell out like $375 if you want to play in the same raids as the actual people that are playing at the current current actual level, right? And you can play for free if you want, but you're not going to be running raids and stuff in free gear. That's not going to happen. Not really. So like, remember when they made Halo 8 and 9 into MMOs and it failed horribly? How many Halos did we need? And then 13 years later, there's Infinite. How many Halos do you have to not sell? Like, what was the last time you sold a Halo? Like, Odds, right? Odds probably actually had good sales. I don't think any of the rest of them did. And like, but you seem to think that we need Halo again. We've got to go back to 2004. We've got to really go back to the Battlefield era of Far Cry 3 and Grand Theft Auto fucking 4 and Advanced Warfare 2. We've really got to go back to that era somehow. You guys got to get us back to 2004. I really need some more Call of Duties. I really need some more Halos. I really need some fucking more Assassin's Creeds. I don't think there's enough Final Fantasies. I don't think there's enough fucking... I mean, number 29 sucked, and now you won't let me play number 30 or number 31. How many Final Fantasies do we need? Couldn't you make something new that's good? Or, just, let somebody else take over and let them make a new game or something. Because... how many of these do we need? And trust me, I am a Final Fantasy addict. I'm playing Final Fantasy 11. I can quote you every boss, every fucking mob, every fucking storyline to all fucking 29 games. But did we really need all of those games? I don't know. And this is a live service person's point of view. I gotta admit it. After you've lived on a Rust or a Fortnite or a Overwatch or like a Call of Duty or a Counter-Strike 2 or whatever the fuck, right? For a long enough period of time where you know what good value is for how much time you're putting in or money you're putting in or whatever, and you're like, oh man, that shit from 2004, you made that crappy shit that I forgot about 18 years ago, you remastered that into a game that has the worst ratings on Steam? When the third one didn't sell, I'm referring, of course, to Battlefront. When the third one didn't sell, and it tanked on the PS4, which is a pretty hard thing to do. The PS4, it was really hard to tank a game on the PS4. The PS4 had a lot of sales. Like, a lot of games were sold on the PS4. It was, in my opinion, the best console of all time. And they had a lot of sales, but I mean, I don't know. Like, some of those did not sell too well. And I don't know how you managed it in that era. But you just keep making them. Dragon's Dogma 1 didn't seem to warrant a Dragon's Dogma 2 the same way that Baldur's Gate 2 didn't seem to warrant a Baldur's Gate 3.
Your skill has increased.
But here we are 13 years later, and thank God Baldur's Gate 3 was good. And I'm sure Dragon's Dogma 2 is good. I'm certain of it. I know Dragon's Dogma is good. But I just don't think that it's what we need.
Your skill has increased.
I don't think it's what we need. That fucking It Just Works video about Bethesda, it's just not the game we need. The Chalk Eaters, right? It's like, it's just not the game we need. And that keeps coming up over and over again. We didn't need Skull and Bones. We didn't need Probably didn't need Dragon's Dogma 2, unfortunately. We probably didn't need Alan Wake 2. I don't think we needed Remnant 2. I don't think we needed all these sequels. I think I've got sequelitis, and I want you to make something new now, and I'm challenging you as the corpse eating, reputation selling so-and-sos that you are. I challenge you to make an original title in 2024 or 2025. You know, I challenge you to do it. What's a new original title, right? Could you call Helldivers original? I think you could. Original games. Divinity Original Sin. I mean, it was not an original game, but it was the first CRPG with a spinnable camera, which to me makes it so much better than all of them combined. Oops. Yeah, didn't need all these sequels. I don't think I needed an Infamous 2. I didn't think I needed an Infamous 3. I didn't think I needed a Drake's 4. I don't think, I didn't think I needed Metal Gear Solid 4. I didn't think I needed Metal Gear Solid 5. I don't think I need, I thought these were great games. I really loved the Phantom Limb. I thought it was so Phantom Pain, right? I loved the Phantom Pain. That is such a fucking good game. Really good game. But did we need it? It's debatable. It was a really good, genuinely fucking good game on the PlayStation 4 and the 360, And we did. We needed a new Metal Gear. We did. And it was just a wonderful game. But I don't know if we needed a Metal Gear Solid 5 or a Metal Gear Solid 6 or Metal Gear Solid Revengeance or Survive. I don't think we needed a Final Fantasy 13 X2. I don't think we needed Lightning Returns. I don't think we needed X2. I don't think we needed 16 after you bombed 15. I don't think and I'm sorry. I know you make such good games, you do, but it's just I don't think we needed those things. I think you thought we did. But I look back with those with a little bit of shame. I don't think we needed Resident Evil 5. I don't think we needed Resident Evil 6. We did need Biohazard, definitely. But we did not need 5 and 6 or 4 remake. I didn't need that. I'm not really certain I needed an Elden Ring, but I'm glad it's there. I needed a new world. Yeah, it just goes on. It's sequelitis. I can just list off the fucking carbon copies. I didn't need a Madden 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. I mean, I did by then. By then, around 2020, we needed a new one, yeah. But I didn't need 21 or 22 or 23. Now I need a new one, yeah. I didn't need NFL 2K competing with Madden. I didn't need Mario 2. I didn't need Lost Levels. I mean, I liked Lost Levels immensely, but I didn't need it. And you guys seem to really play it up like it was a big fucking deal. It was like a few levels. I didn't need the Conquerors fucking sequel. I mean, it just goes on. Like I didn't need a new Psychonauts. I didn't need a new Heavy Rain, but I did like, Detroit. I think we did need a Detroit, actually. I think we did. But I'm not sure. I think it would have been okay if they didn't make it. What I do need you to do is go back to the fucking drawing board and make fun games. If you have to go back and, digress, please don't do it to 2D things like isometric stuff or platformers. If you have to regress, be innovative like Sable or something like that. Please do not regress to platforming or fucking isometric anymore in 2024. I don't think we needed Lost Ark. I didn't need I needed Grim Dawn, but I didn't need fucking Lost Ark for some reason. figure that one out. Why did you fucking bother? I knew it was going to be bad. I for years I heard about Lost Ark, and I was like, boy, it seems so fascinating. The idea of living in Diablo and having a fishing pole and doing MMO stuff and going to my raid and, you know, and hanging out with people at the town and all this. And then I remember that it's fucking Diablo, and hanging around the town in a 2D isometric game is goddamn fucking boring. I'm talking like I'd rather go clean my parents' toilet. I don't, you know, because I would get a sense of satisfaction afterwards that I did a good deed. If I went back and played Mario 2, I would be like, we didn't need this. And that's a weird title to pick, but it belongs there. We didn't need Zelda 2. I didn't need Wario Land. I didn't need the Virtual Boy. I didn't need I mean, it just goes on. It just goes on. Like, I didn't need so many of these things. And I guess for them, it's like they're experimenting and painting with a palette. And I have some sympathy for them. Like, they're painting with a palette and they're throwing spaghetti at the wall and seeing what sticks. And I respect that. It's the scientific process. It's the trial and the error. It's all part of the process. I'm forgiving of them when it comes to that. But by the 5th one, or the 6th one that didn't sell, and you're still pushing that crappy Wii console. I don't think we needed the Switch. I don't think we needed the Wii U. I don't think we needed the PS5. I think we did need the Xbox One X, the brand, the newest, most best one. You know, I think we did need that, but I don't think we needed the PS5. I think the PS4 Pro was absolutely fine. I don't think the PS5 Pro, I think the 5 is better, but I don't think it's doing anything that was genre innovative or changing at all. And I think the PS5 was a cash grab, and now you're talking about PS5 Mini, and I don't think we needed a PS5. Why would I need the Mini? I'm not so sure that I needed all of those fucking console game devices that hit the market. There's goddamn 6,000 different basically Nintendo Switches, or whatever you want to call it, the fucking PS it's essentially PlayStation Vita, or the Switch essentially is all those little handheld devices, and all those companies, Razer and all those other companies and stuff, made the Shield and all this other stuff. I don't think we needed the Shield. I don't think we needed, like, you know, a lot of stuff. I don't think we needed an iPhone. I think it should have been Android. Like, I don't think, you know, I'm very down on a lot of their experiments. And I think I knew these things before they released the product. That's my issue, you know? I don't think we needed Barbie. I don't think we need MCU. I don't think we need a Superman 4 Search for Peace. I don't think we need a Rocky 7. I don't think we need a Terminator 7. It just goes fucking on with you guys. Didn't the last 4 that didn't sell fucking give you a clue?
Game. I enjoyed it enough where I don't wish it never had existed. Got out of
I didn't need Indiana Jones 4. Expansion. I didn't need Indiana Jones 5. I didn't need The Mandalorian. I didn't need Disney Plus. Oh, well, I do. No, I need Disney Plus, but I don't need all the shows that you made for Disney Plus. I liked Mandalorian Season 1. You seemed like you actually had something there. And then you just let it go. The minute that you had us all hooked, you would just let it all go, like Rings of Power. I don't think I needed Rings of Power. I don't think I needed, you know, it seems like the entire entertainment industry, from video games to music to Hollywood to everything out there, I think their entire business now is making stuff that we don't need. I don't think I needed Oppenheimer. I did need Poor Things, but I didn't need Oppenheimer. I think it was a wonderful, wonderful film, and I enjoyed it immensely, and I actually really was happy. Cried tears at the end. It was a great, wonderful, epic fucking Hollywood movie. A good old popcorn thrower, you know, it was great. But, you know, right out of the golden screen, it was good. It was, you know, really memorable, but not. And I don't think I needed it. I think I needed another Prestige or another American Psycho or another, you know, Batman Dark Knight. I don't think we needed Bane. I don't think we needed Batman 3. I don't think we needed, you know, not to say that Timothy Oliver, I'm sorry, who did Bane? I forget, in the third Batman movie. I thought that was a bad movie. I don't think we needed it. It went from so fucking good in that airplane scene where they chopped the airplane in fucking half. And I'm like, oh, cool, more Skyhook shit right off the fucking bat. Remember the Skyhook? It's like member berries, right? Remember the Skyhook in Batman Dark Knight? It was so cool. He was like standing on top of that Chinese building and this plane goes by. You can hear Matt and Trey trying to make fun of it in the members berries. And the plane goes by and he Skyhooks to the plane and says, bye, fucker, and flies away after he like knocks out 22 Chinese rent-a-cops or whatever. And it's like, you remember that? Yeah, it was cool. And so the third one starts and it seems like you're throwing me into that Skyhook scene right off the bat. And then the rest of the movie happened. Now I don't think we needed Batman 4. Or whatever that piece of shit remake you did 2 years ago. I don't think we needed a lot of the stuff that you put on Prime. I don't think we need half the shows you put on Netflix. I like your documentaries. I don't think a lot of the videos that go on YouTube. I don't think we need them. Like, honestly, I think that's what's wrong with the culture. It's like you guys got it in your head that just maybe we might need another Marvel movie, and because it does sell, it consistently sells enough to cut even. So until it doesn't cut even anymore, you just keep trying to milk the name, roll it forward into the next crappy iteration. Like remember that scene in Better Call Saul when he's working at the Cinnabon, which ironically I used to hang out at that Cinnabon at the Crossroads Mall in Omaha, Nebraska. I actually used to hang out there when I was like, I don't know, 13 or so, 12 I think it was, 13, something like that. And like and I was like, oh my god, fucking Better Call Saul works at the Cinnabon I used to hang out when I was a mall rat. That was such a trip for me. I was like, what the fuck? It's the Cinnabon at Crossroads Mall. And it was too. It was the Crossroads Mall. I was like, oh my god. It was fucking trippy. But do you remember how beautiful it was when he was making the Cinnabons, right? And he's like pouring this awesome sugar and all the cinnamon. Maybe you guys didn't see that show.